just what you want. What it is. Sure. Let's go. Jésù lọ́rẹ́, ọjọ́ gbogbo fún mi. Oníkọ́lá rẹwà sí ọgbọ́n mi fẹ́. Òní sọ́nà ìgbàdo ìràwọ̀ òwúrọ̀. Oníkọ́lá rẹwà sí ọgbọ́n mi fẹ́. Olùtùnú mi ló jẹ́ nínú gbogbo àlá. Oníkìkan ni omi lóhùn lórí. Òní sọ́nà ìgbàdo ìràwọ̀ òwúrọ̀. Oníkọ́lá rẹwà sí ọgbọ́n mi fẹ́. For this reason, ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Ẹ ṣe ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Ẹ ṣe ìgbà gbogbo. Thank you. Àìkọ́lé mẹ́bù bẹ́ẹ̀ ní kejì ó máa ṣàrè. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Àánú máa lọ sọ̀rọ̀ kí mọ iṣẹ́ fẹ́ràn wá sáti lókè ọba ní. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Àánú máa lọ sọ̀rọ̀ kí iṣẹ́ fẹ́ràn wá mọ́ iṣẹ́ sáti lókè ọba. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. From my spirit to my soul, until my voice re-echo. Ayé ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣe ọjọ́ gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. In 2019, COVID dá wa dúró. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ ṣe ọjọ́ gbogbo sẹ́wọ̀n. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. In 2021, àti orísun, àsùntù yọrí dé o. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. He has been faithful all along. Ó ṣọ́ wa dé parí láyọ̀ o. Ẹ ṣeun ìgbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ gbogbo. Nítorí silence, ó yá sọ pé oṣù bẹ̀rẹ̀. 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 Say oṣù bẹ̀rẹ̀. Oṣù bẹ̀rẹ̀. Saki. Oṣù bẹ̀rẹ̀. 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 Wọ́n gbé ọ̀gá o. Ó yá mo ní wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi, wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi. I'm in San Francisco, Germany. Wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi, wọ́n ní wọ́n wá ẹ̀. You are convocating today. Silence. Wọ́n wojú ọ̀tá, wọ́n ní wọ́n wá ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní wọ́n wá ẹ̀, but you are convocating today. Olówó láyé mọ̀ ṣe wà níbí. Wọ́n ní wọ́n wá ẹ̀, wọ́n ní wọ́n wá ẹ̀. You are convocating today. Wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi, wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi. I'm in convocating today. Wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi, wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi. I'm in San Francisco. Wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi, wọ́n ní wọ́n wá mi. I'm I'm in San Francisco, Jammy.
What do you want me? What do you want me? I'm in San Francisco, Jammy.
You are the reason why we are singing Jehovah.
You are the most high God.
You are the reason why we are singing Jehovah.
You are the most high God.
Jehovah.
Oh, you are.
Jehovah.
You are the most high God.
Jehovah.
Jehovah. You are the most high God.
We are on a castle, they waste time on now. They are for lava suit.
Mr. Money, the waste time. Mr. Money, want to ease your mind.
Baby, take a look to the
Listen, I
show why me.
Mr. Money, the waste time. Mr. Money, want to ease your mind.
Hello, you can remember like a pillow. I'm a take a go, they go slow. I will take me 1 cent kilo. Tell me what you see when you look at me. Somebody can not make you party. I just want to put you party. You know, see who bow we are bokada.
I got that from Osaka. That's on the waste time.
Me and my fire bazooka.
Mr. Money, the waste time. Mr. Money, want to ease your mind. See, baby, don't show no so why me? Mr. Money, the waste time. Mr. Money, want to ease your mind. We are lonely, Anita.
Lonely.
Money on my mind. Lonely, Anita.
Lonely.
Oh, money on my mind. You know what they are in about me, particular. I'm telling you, notice my music, I know.
My chasing for me.
Alright, all the man from a Lord. The rock was so it is your Lord. If you want to let your papa Lord, no, they can't make money, the money I want. No, they always see people get on. Once they are shot, they let it long. I waiting, I want, waiting, you want to.
I'll be waiting, I don't go.
Oh, yes, I'm waiting, I want to go. I say, waiting, you love.
I don't go.
Now, waiting, I want to go.
Oh,
Go, no, be good, God.
Mr. Money,
Oh, waste time.
Mr. Money,
Stop it. All right, honey, I'm in the mood to talk to you. What's in the one you have me and you? Today not the day where you don't know me, yeah. I'm in the mood to talk to you. What's in the one you have me and you? So, not today where you don't know me, yeah. Nobody best up at all my land. People look to that, go see that, you can't love me now. Can't shake it, you can't love me now. Good up, if you can't love me back. Oh, my land. People look to that, go see that, you can't love me now. Can't shake it, you can't love me now. Good up, if you can't love me back. Ramada, I'm in the mood. Today not the day where you don't know me, yeah. I say I'm in the mood to sing to you, waiting the one you have me and you. Today not the day where you don't know me, yeah. Oh my God, people look that, go see them, I love you that. I say, yeah, you love me that, put up the story, it's kind of my body. Oh
Okay, listen to this one. All of my dark days are gone.
Oh, won't you make me strong?
I'm proud of the man I've become. You get someone is my own.
Money more savage, I know. The money look nice, you know. My money where they can go. And me more save my soul.
So,
Pamure de the guy. Hero lili dollar show more fasai. Olo bobo sualo Dubai. Energy full body my God Dubai. Baba body shell.
many
people.
many
people.
say,
Etala no be small fish, oh.
we are many
people. Etala no be small fish, oh. My name. My name is Iwet. I come from engineering. Pamuregedi guy, Dirori dollar sopa, Bakai, and I do Dubai, Baba Kalisa, and Pamuregedi guy, Dirori dollar sopa, Bakai, Bobo Duana, Dubai, and I do body malo, Dubai, Baba Kalisa. Oh, you do me a shell. 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 Tori pe, o jeni oloduro ni wa ti ba sọ̀rọ̀. Olódúró ni wá ti sá lọ. Ó jẹ́ nìyàn. Olódúró ni wá ti máa sì regún. Onídúró mi ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wò. Sorry, I become one person, but my happiness so she be my own. I become one person, but my happiness so she be my own. Say, everybody that no me say oh, I see my own. Because my God, I just put on my face, food on my plate, fit no give me joy. We want balance up. Hey, even as this one they come my way, even the days I don't get nothing at all. We want balance up. I become a person, but my happiness so see me my own. Nobody mess up. I don't take jenge. I don't take more. I don't take jenge. I don't take more. My baby give me biscuits. I want to sugar. The things you do me. Ojo baro bose. Boru baro bose so. Melo la fẹ́ wí. Melo la fẹ́ sọ. Ó yá sọ pé if to say ability, superpower. I fuck up meet you where you dey. Go be enough to fight like Power Rangers. Oh no, I fuck up meet you where you dey. Oh, I call you for my telephone. Who be for my be for my, don't love you like me. Oh, I dey allow. Who be there? Oh, you your papa, your mama. Tell me. Torí àwọn fine girls tó wà mí lásán wá sọ pé òrékèlè wà ọmọ tèmi my forever sweet Valentine. Ọlọ́run ọ̀run ló sọ wá pọ̀ lágbára Elédùmarè àdìtúkà àṣẹ òyà ta ló bá mi rọ́mọ̀. Bíkí bèbí mi àdìsẹ́ ọmọdún ọmọ tó ọmọ náà ló pa torí kò sọ́mọ náà bí sí dání mi. Àdìsẹ́ ọmọdún ọmọ tó ọmọ náà pa ara ẹ̀ máa ń kọrí. Òrékèlè wà ọmọ tèmi my forever sweet Valentine. Ọlọ́run ọ̀run ló sọ wá pọ̀ lágbára Elédùmarè àdìtúkà àṣẹ o. Sàlóbà mi rọmọ pretty baby mi. Mo ní pé ọmọdún ọmọ tó ọmọ náà wọ́n pa torí kò sọ́mọ náà pretty dàdí mi o. Àdìsẹ́ ọmọdún ọmọ tó ọmọ náà wọ́n pa ara ẹ̀ máa ń kọrí o. Òrékèlè wà ọmọ tèmi o my forever sweet Valentine. Ọlọ́run ọ̀run ló sọ wá pọ̀ lágbára Elédùmarè àdìtúkà àṣẹ o. Oya listen, I just want lolo, I just want lolo, I just want lolo, I just want lolo. But all of your friends I love them too. I look nice but I'm not so good. I got something I just wanna prove. Can you get yourself inside my room? Let me show you all. Let me show you down. Let me take you all. Let me take you down. Let me show you some no. Let me show you some no. I just want no. I just want no. I just want no. I jumble my song. I sent you to school. You don't know how to spell your name. Olodorabata. Jumble my song. I sent you to school. You don't know how to spell your name. Olodorabata. We are President General among the nation. 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 Okay, listen to this one. Hallelujah. Listen, turn up the volume for me, cause I can shout if you don't happen to be. Yeah, I'm feeling mirror. And I can shout. Yeah, I'm ready. What about me ready to be anyone shouting? Don't need and be about it. Lay on the table. All your intention. Lay on the table. All your intention. I wish I could have called them. Rolling them around them for the body. But my mom depending on it. Turn up the volume for me. Then I'm shout. I'm thinking my love. What is the life? Yeah, I'm ready. All of them ready to be anyone shouting. One need and be about it. Lay on the table. All your intention. Lay on the table. On the intention. Every other day I organize. Some of us are wise. For every other blessing organize. I say organize. Every other day organize. Oh, some of us are wise. For every other blessing organize. So, all about you. Oh, Anything I want to do, me I go do. Bagoshi, more control. Let them more control. Anything I want to do, me I go do. Organize every other day. Ever down me dúró, èmi ọmọ bàbá olówó. Àní wọ́n fẹ́ bá mi dúró. Ẹ̀wọ̀n wọ́n fẹ́ dá mi dúró. Ẹ má dá mi dúró. Èmi ọmọ bàbá olówó. Àní wọ́n fẹ́ bá mi dúró. Ẹ̀wọ̀n wọ́n fẹ́ bá mi náwó. Ènìyàn ṣe bí Ọlọ́run ọba, wọ́n ní kò lè pọ́síbù. Àwọn wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ bàbá bá mi ṣe, wọ́n ní bí kò sí àwọn ilé kò lè fèsì o. Àwọn wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ bàbá bá mi ṣe, wọ́n ní kò sáyé lò. Ó wáyé fún mi lò, ó gbọ́dọ̀ balẹ̀, wọ́n ní kò sáyé lò. Ó gbọ́dọ̀ balẹ̀ mi. Wọ́n ní ènìyàn ṣe bí Ọlọ́run ọba, wọ́n ní kò lè ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ o. Àmọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ bàbá bá mi ṣe, wọ́n ní bí kò sí àwọn wípé kò lè pọ̀ sí. Àmọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ bàbá bá mi ṣe, wọ́n ní kò sáyé lókè. Ó wáyé fún mi lókè, ó gbogbo fọ́lẹ̀ mi. Ìyanu lórúkọ ẹlẹ́dàá mi o. Orí ìyá mi o. Mo fẹ́ kó bọ́lá mi o. Mama jẹ́ kọjá mi o. Màkọ́lé màrálẹ̀, màlúwọ̀ sẹ́mà ní mọ́tò. Màṣẹ́ kọ́ṣọ́, màṣẹ́ tí ọ̀tá rẹ̀. Wọ́n ṣàkọlẹ̀ dé pọ̀tẹ́. 4 years don waka. We still dey carry go. Nobody waka, nobody go. So 4 years don waka. You still dey carry go. Nobody waka, nobody go. So Baba God you, our place you, now your place you. We still dey 4 years don waka. We still dey carry go. Nobody waka, nobody go. So Baba God you, our place you. Say, ọkọ mi kọrin yìí, kó kọrin ọpẹ́, òjò sọ́tún sósì, sólúwa o, tòrọ̀lẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ orin mi, ní kíkí gọ́sẹ́, mo ní tí bá ṣe báyìí àrà mo dáta tó bí jù. Ọkọ mi kọrin yìí, kó kọrin ọpẹ́, òjò sọ́tún sósì, sólúwa o, tòrọ̀lẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ orin mi, ní kíkí gọ́sẹ́, tí bá ṣe báyìí àrà mo dáta tó bá rẹ̀. Ṣé ọkọ mi kọrin yìí, kó kọrin ọpẹ́ o, òjò sọ́tún sósì, sólúwa o, torí ọ̀làrẹ̀ ń bèrè orin ní gidi kọ́sẹ́. Tí bá ṣe báyìí àrà mo dá sátóbi jù. Ọkọ mi kọrin yìí, kó kọrin ọpẹ́, òjò sọ́tún sósì, sólúwa rẹ̀, torí ọ̀làrẹ̀ ń bèrè orin ní gidi kọ́sẹ́. Tí bá ṣe báyìí àrà mo dá sólúwa rẹ̀. I can shout, mi ò dẹ̀ lè pariwo, kò tí yóyóyóyó. When I show for your party, yo, dem must show. Ó yá sọ pé ẹlẹ́bàjẹ́ sẹ́, no dey buga sẹ́, ẹlẹ́bàjẹ́ sẹ́, no dey buga sẹ́. Wọ́n sọ pé kí n máa lọ sùn lé, wípé kí ọ̀dà ló ṣe. Mo ní mo láti ṣàpè, èmi ọmọ pẹ́ o. Mo sáré gbọ́wọ́ mi ṣàyè, fọ́mọ mẹ́ta lọ́lé, Mr. Money ò ṣe. more like it's a bill. Give me a bow. No sorry for what we say. I'm on the holiday. It's the money you show. Give me a bow.
Everywhere I go,
I see you right there.
You the beauty of nations, you shine all around.
For you are everything is you. Precious Jesus.
Oh, wonder, wonder you are.
Oh, 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 oh,
Everywhere I go, I see you right there. In the beauty of nature, you shine all around. For you are everything, and everything is you. Precious Jesus, so wonderful, wonder you are. Oh, 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 oh. Don't go there to pass yourself.
And you graduate, we don't cut our
Don't go there to pass yourself.
Olola ye mo boki e padi mi
Don't go there to pass yourself.
Gore de titi loye ma wo le jare Oya fakoti by fakoti
Don't go there to pass yourself.
Ẹ̀yin ọmọ àtẹ̀kù oríire Ẹ̀yin ọmọ education
Don't
sọ̀rọ̀
go there to pass yourself.
Àwọn ọmọ management science Àwọn ọmọ faculty of science ṣe wà níbí Àwọn ti phase 3 social science Àwọn ti basic medical science Mo ní ẹlẹ́dàá mi o A ní ẹlẹ́dàá mi o Orí ìyá mi o Mo fẹ́ kó bọ́lá mi o Mo máa jẹ́ kọjá mi o Makọ́lé mara lẹ̀ Aṣẹ́gun máṣẹ́ ti ọ̀tá Ṣolówó, máìkì, ṣolówó Ṣolówó, máìkì, ṣolówó tó lè spẹ́lẹ̀ yóò Máìkì ọmọdé yóò máìkì, ṣolówó
tó lè spend on your mighty ọmọdé yóò.
Máìkì, ṣolówó Máìkì, ṣolówó tó lè spẹ́lẹ̀ yóò Máìkì ọmọdé yóò
Mighty, Shalom, to the spend mighty, ọmọdé yóò. Mighty, Shalom, to the spend mighty, ọmọdé yóò. Mighty, Shalom, to the spend mighty, G, ọmọdé o. Oh, my G, ṣolówó tó lè spend on your my G, ọmọdé o. Oh, my G, ṣolówó tó lè spend on your my G, ọmọdé o. If to say na man, hunger for don't beat me, I for don't lose hope. Lord, you too much, If to say na man, hunger for don't beat me, I for don't pay me. Lord, you too much,
you too much,
Lord, you too much, Lord, you too much, Lord, you too much,
Oshubarere, 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 Oshubarere.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Foyer Musical Group. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the 10th Convocation Ceremony of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Today, the day that the Lord has blessed, the 7th day of February, the year 2026. We are all aware that 7 is a spectacular number, and 7th of February today happens to be the ceremony, an award of first degree, postgraduate degree, and honorary degrees. My name is Professor Maloma. I got this program being the university orator. I welcome you all, and I assure you that it shall be a very pleasurable time being in this hall, and even those outside these premises. And so on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashion, you are most welcome to this momentous occasion where degrees will be awarded and where excellence will also be celebrated. In due course, we shall take recognition of all distinguished personalities that are in this hall, and we shall also take some vital announcements that will guide us in the proceedings of this particular occasion. We are expecting the procession of the Vice Chancellor, and as soon as that comes into the hall, we shall remain standing until they are well seated. And then I shall hand over the proceedings of this program to the registrar, Mr. Muftau Ibrahim, who will then continue to carry on the anchor of the convocation program. Federal University of Oye Ekiti has come of age, and you will agree with me that it has grown in diverse ways in terms of student population, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of research facilities, and in terms of productivity in diverse ways. And of course, it is one of those achievements, one of those accomplishments that we want to celebrate today in this particular occasion. This is the main campus of the university, and the other campus of this university is sited at Ekole campus, where we have the engineering faculty, the agriculture faculty, and computing faculty. Whereas at the Federal University of Oye campus here, the main campus of the university, all other major faculties are cited here, like faculties of law, medicine, pharmacy, basic medical sciences, arts, and so on and so forth. All these faculties are cited here. And in today's occasion, we are expecting graduates from nearly all the faculties. And let me say very quickly that the convocation ceremony is an academic ritual that is devoid of extraneous speeches and activities. It's purely academic, and as soon as we commence, it will move swiftly until we end it. Let me also say that the university is highly expectant of the presence of 4 or more, or close to that, eminent Nigerians that are being bestowed, that will be bestowed today with honorary doctorate degrees, honoris causa. I shall unveil those names very shortly. And these names are the Sultan of Sokoto is expected here today. And the Sultan of Sokoto, as we all know, is His Eminence, Sultan Muhammadu Sa'ad Abubakar III, who is the custodian of faith and the unifier of Nigeria. We're also expecting His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogosi Ojaja, the second, the Oni of Ile-Ife. And of course, the royal father in this kingdom, His most esteemed and highly revered, His Royal Majesty Oba Sir Michael Oluwole Ademolaju Adugbole III, ONN KSJ JP, and he is the Oloye of Oye Kingdom. I can cite some of the chiefs in this kingdom that are already well seated, and we shall take recognitions of all this as the proceeding goes on. We also have among the awardees, Honorable Mr. Justice Walter Samuel Nkanu Onoge, who was one time the Chief Justice of Nigeria from November 10, 2016 to May 28, 2019. And of course, there is a balance in the equation this morning in terms of faith. We are expecting Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, who is a Catholic from the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto in Sokoto State, Nigeria. Isn't that a coincidence? 2 eminent persons are expected from the caliphate of Sheikh Usman Danfodio. And that is the Sultan himself, His Eminence, Mataba Hausa Akache Hakana. And of course, the Bishop of the Sokoto Diocese is also expected. And you will permit me to break a little so that we shall get list of eminent persons present and we do due recognitions immediately. Good morning and welcome to the best day of your life, 7th of February, the year 2026. Thank you.
Where's that guy? See. See.
Oya wípé mo ránú gbà, ire wọlé dé, mo gba lẹ́tà kan, mo ré sí ayọ̀, mo gòkè mo délé, àdúrà mi gbà ọ́, bó ti rí mo fara mọ́, àjíǹde ayọ̀. I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call it sober. Life is beautiful, it's okay. Just look over there. I am there. No more sorrow, no more crying. I no go beg, I no go borrow. Just look over there. Just look over Your shining teeth are Ìrìn ayọ̀ tí àwa ń rí lójoojúmọ́ yẹn. Èmi ti ránú gbà, mo kórè délé, mo gba lẹ́tà kan lólóló, mo rí sí ayọ̀, mo gòkè mo délé, àdúrà mi gbà ọ́, bó ti rí mo fara mọ́, àjíǹde ayọ̀. I'm gonna call it sober, okay. Life is beautiful, it's okay. Jésù ló kórè dé. Jésù ló kórè dé. Ìrìn ayọ̀ ṣáni tọ̀tọ̀ ayọ̀. Jésù ló kórè dé. Ìrìn ayọ̀ ṣáni tàwọn lójoojúmọ́. Jésù ló kórè dé. Ìrìn ayọ̀ yóò mú ọ̀rọ̀. Jésù ló kórè dé. Ìlú kówókówó táwọn tán lọ. ìlú kó parun táwọn ta lù fún mi. Ṣebí fúnra wọn náà jó nǹkan wọn. Òtítọ́ ni o láti máa fọpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. Ibi mo gbà kọjá àwọn kan gbà bẹ̀ sọ́dá. Oúnjẹ tó mára àwọn kan dán láwọn kan jẹ. Tẹ̀mí bọ́, àwọn tẹ́jọ́ ṣànúdà o. Wọ́n ikú wọn ti lọ. Ẹ̀yin yóò dúpẹ́. Ẹ̀yin yóò dúpẹ́. Oore t'Olúwa ṣe fún mi tọ́pọ̀ yóò lè ṣe. Ẹ̀yin yóò dúpẹ́. Ìlú kówókówó táwọn ta lù fún mi. Ìlú kó parun táwọn ta lù fún wa. Ṣebí fúnra wọn náà jó nǹkan wọn. Òtítọ́ ni o láti máa fọpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. Ibi mo gbà kọjá àwọn kan gbà bẹ̀ sọ́dá. Oúnjẹ tó mára mi dán láwọn kan jẹ tẹ̀mí bọ̀. Àwọn tájọ́ ṣànúdà o, wọ́n ti kú wọ́n ti lọ. Èmi yóò dúpẹ́. From my spirit to my soul, unto my mind, èmi yóò dúpẹ́. Oore t'Olúwa ṣe fún mi tọ́pọ̀ yóò lè ṣe. Èmi yóò dúpẹ́. Agbára yìí kọ́ rárá bí kò ṣagbára Elédùmarè. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ńláńlá ẹ ṣé o. Àfọpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run lọ́kàn àti lọ́wọ́. Ẹni ṣòwòyànú nínú ẹni tàráyé. That's how I love. Ọ̀nà ló tọ́jú wa. Ó sì fẹ́ mú ìfẹ́. Ṣé tọ́jú wa síbẹ̀? Lizzie, if to say no man, hunger for don't beat me, I for don't lose hope. Oh, you too much. If to say no man, hunger for don't beat me, I for don't pay me. Lord,
you too much.
Life on a toxic and sugar. Ayé tí mo wá mi ò wá jẹyà. Mo ti ṣe ìrìbọn mi pẹ̀lú rápadà. Mo dẹ̀ ti fọwọ́ wẹ̀wọ́ pẹ̀lú àgbàlagbà o. Lọ́lọ́lọ́lọ́. Bàbá ti ṣèlérí pé mo máa débẹ̀. Mo ti lọ mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́. Enemies ẹ má lọ tẹ́ o. Mo ti fèèyàn mímọ́ ṣọ́rọ̀. Mo ti dáwọ́ lé ayé. Mo ti fèèyàn mímọ́ ṣọ́rọ̀. Mo ti dáwọ́ lé ayé. Wípé mo dúpẹ́ mo rí àánú gbà. Mo dúpẹ́ mo rí àánú gbà. Torí kì í ṣe gbogbo ènìyàn ló rí àánú gbà. Àánú Ọlọ́run rẹ̀. Mo rí àánú gbà. Torí kì í ṣe gbogbo ènìyàn ló rí àánú gbà.
Thank you, Foyer Live Band. The Foyer Live Band is under the tutelage of Dr. Femi Olalude. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you for your very powerful and sonorous performance. Permit me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to recognize very quickly eminent persons here present at the top table around us here. And we have Chief Olujobi Olakunle, who is a representative of Elekole of Ikole Ekiti. Chief, you are most welcome, sir. You are most welcome, sir. I also want to recognize High Chief Bamidele Ismaila, who is also a representative of Oloye of Oye Kingdom. You are welcome, sir. Of course, in no particular order, I've not been following protocols, so you permit me to make these recognitions as they arrive. I have Oba Adejimi Ado Alagbado de Ogoga of Ikere and Chairman, Ekiti Traditional Rulers Council, represented here by Oba Ayorinde Lori Faboro Ajiboyede III, Olojudo of Ido, and former Chairman, Ekiti Traditional Rulers Council. You are welcome, sir. Kabiyesi, you are welcome, sir. And still on the list, we have High Chief Mrs. Oguntoye Beatrice Olufunke Eye Oye of Oye Kingdom. You are welcome, ma. You are welcome. Isn't it beautiful to have all the who is who in the royal home of Oye Kingdom present here this morning? And of course, by extension, some royal fathers outside this kingdom. Still on the list, we have Chief John Oladele de Akpelua of Oye Kingdom. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And Chief Babalola Oluwa Tayo Iyeki in Cabo. Thank you, ma. The list is still running, and you permit me to make recognitions of the following men of the forces, and their presence gives me joy that even in the face of daunting security challenges, we cannot be challenged. And it is on this note I'd like to recognize the Commissioner of Police in person of Joseph Ebirobo Ebo. I hope I'm right, please. Rebo, I'm very sorry, ma. I'm very sorry. That's the commissioners of police. And then, of course, we have assistant commissioner of police, Okoronko Izose Area Command, Ikole, is present here with us. I hope I'm right. I hope I got the name correct. And then the sector commander, Corps, Commander FRSC, Ekiti State, represented by the assistant Corps Commander, Abba T. Abba T. Unit Commander, FRSC, Oye Local Government Area, Ekiti State. You are welcome, sir. We have been driving very safely, and we shall continue to drive safely. In Jesus' mighty name. I thought you will all say amen. Thank you very much. The State Commandant of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, in the person of Commander Toma Matthew Enya, ably here represented by Superintendent of Corps Sikiru Mudashiru Bamidele, the Head of Administration, Operations Department. I think that's what you people call Ops. Thank you very much. Stay top on the recognition. We have the following persons. You see, the royal fathers are here, the forces are here, and the clergy are also here. Professor Reverend Sister Agatha Ogokorode from Abuad, that is Afe Babalola University, Ado Ekiti. And she's ably supported there by presence with the presence of Pastor Richard Adeola, also from Abuad, Afe Babalola University. Chief Bodunde Daramola JP Ayegbaju Ekiti is here with us, cladded in very beautiful blue agbada. Good morning, sir. And we have Folusho Ogumodede PRO Foye, that is the head of the public relations unit of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. And of course, we have Benga Sodeinde from this day. There are many news organizations that are here with us today, and I'm very sure we shall take proper recognitions of all these persons as they come in. And I can see Dr. Umeyu Leora, the former ASU secretary, cladded in Igbo attire, looking beautifully ready as if he's going to perform an occasion here for us today, because he's from TMA, the Theater and Media Arts Department. You are mostly welcome, sir. Thank you very much. And the Foyer Live Band are applauding you already. I'm very sure you are one of theirs. Thank you very much for that applause. I'm already informed that we have received the presence of one of our expected, most distinguished, most revered, highly respected personality all the way from northern Nigeria. And I will be very proudly ready to make proper introduction of these personalities as I receive the names and the status accordingly. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to welcome you to the 10th Convocation ceremony of one of the fastest growing universities in the whole of Africa, sited here in the city of Oye Kingdom, the Federal University, Oye Ekiti. And to the graduates of today, I am just about hearing you clap and applaud this ceremony. And so I expect you to give me a thunderous clap to celebrate today being the 10th of February, the year of our Lord 2026, marking the 10th convocation ceremony. On the 7th day, and 7th, I said earlier, is a highly spectacular number. It's a number that is associated with success. And so shall success follow all of you all days of your lives. We have still on this list Professor Elizabeth Ojo, Dean of Nursing from Afe Babalola University. We are very happy to see you and to receive you. I can cite Professor Aderi Bigbe, one of our eminent scholars in this university. You are welcome, sir. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Ina so wani tambaya ne. Wanne ne wannan? Menene wannan? Okay, I will do that. I'll do that. You already told me. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to make introduction of a very important personality. We are all important here, but permit me to add that little appellation to the introduction of this very personality. Jama'a assalamu alaikum. To Angesheku. This morning, we are to receive His Eminence, Alhaji Muhammadu Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR, MNI, who is the head of faith, the Muslim faith in Nigeria, and a unifier. And he's ably represented here this morning by His Royal Highness, Alhaji Dr. Muhammad Abubakar Babando II, Sarkin Fulani daga Lagos, from Lagos. And he is a representative of the Sultan of Sokoto. Shall we please applaud his presence? Toren Sarki Yadede, Bemataba, the Sultan of Sokoto, His Eminence, Alhaji Muhammadu Sa'ad Abubakar III. Still on our list, we have Dr. Adeshina from Yabatek. Of course, as well as Dr. Famoye from Ibadan Center of Okay, please, shall we stand up as the procession of the Vice Chancellor is already in the hall? It is a tradition that we must obey. The procession of the Vice Chancellor is in the hall. These are the deans. These are deans of various faculties, and the management team will soon be in the hall, ably led by Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashioner, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University Oye Ekiti. The council members are already in the hall. The council members are already in the hall. I can cite the VC designate. Vice Chancellor is in the hall, Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashioner. The Chancellor is in the hall, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Chancellor of the University is in the hall. The Atai Gala is in the hall, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, we shall remain standing. We shall remain standing while I hand over this proceeding to the registrar, Mr. Muftao Ibrahim.
Let's remain standing while we recite the first stanza of national anthem, please. National anthem. The first stanza of Oye anthem, please. Let's be seated, please. Let's have a seat, please. The visitor. The visitor to the university, the Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Vice-Chancellor, Principal Officers, Council members, visiting Vice-Chancellor, visiting Registrar, members of Senate of the University, distinguished guests, you are welcome to the 10th Convocation Ceremony of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. The Federal University of Oye Ekiti Establishment Act 2015 empowers the university to hold convocation for the conferment of degrees. It also provides that the Chancellor shall preside over the convocation, and in the absence of Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor shall preside over convocation. I therefore humbly invite the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Abayomi Sunday Fasina, to consider the Assembly as a convocation of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti for the purpose of conferment of postgraduate diploma, postgraduate degree, and honorary degree. Mr. Vice-Chancellor, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Pro-Chancellor, sir, by the power vested in me as Chancellor, I hereby conclude this assembly a convocation of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti for the conferment of 4 degrees, postgraduate degrees, honorary degrees, and the presentation of prizes of the University of. I hereby declare the convocation open. In the name of God the Father, name of God the Son, and name of God the Holy Spirit.
Hello. The next item is for us to listen to a convocation lecture to be delivered by Bishop of Sokoto, Matthew Hassan Kuka. On that note, I would like to humbly invite Professor Maloma to read the citation of Bishop Kuka.
Yeah, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by the existing and highly established protocols. I stand here before you to read the citation of a great Nigerian, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, from the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto State. Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka is recognized as a person of considerable intellectual, spiritual, and civic importance, both within Nigeria and on the global platform. The comprehensive documentation of his life's work demonstrates a distinctive integration of theological insight, scholarly precision, and a steadfast dedication to the principles of peace, justice, and national development. Bishop Kukah was born August 31st, 1952. His foundational education commenced in the seminary, culminating in a Bachelor of Divinity from St. Augustine Seminary and a diploma in religious studies from University of Ibadan. His scholarly endeavors, however, transcended the boundaries of theology, encompassing the domains of peace, policy, and governance. He obtained a Master of Arts in Peace Studies from the University of Bradford in the United Kingdom, followed by a Doctor of Philosophy from the University of London. Additionally, he enhanced his academic credentials as a Senior Rhodes Fellow at Oxford University and acquired a Master of Arts in Public Policy from John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. Having read this great university, I thought some claps should follow it. Thank you very much. This impressive academic portfolio provided him with a multidisciplinary perspective for addressing complex society issues and challenges. His professional experience serves as a testament to a career devoted to service across various domains, commencing his career within the framework of the Catholic Church as an associate parish priest, lecturer, dean of students, and rector. He progressed to prominent positions, such as the special assistant to the cardinal, culminating in his appointment as Secretary General of the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria. Consequently, he emerged as an essential asset to the Nigerian state, participating in significant national organizations, including the Human Rights Violations Investigation Commission, the popular Oputa panel, the National Political Reform Conference in the capacity of secretary, you will recall, the Electoral Reform Committee, and the acting as a presidential facilitator for the reconciliation process between Ogoni Land and the Shell Petroleum Organization. His influence is recognized on a global scale. This is attributable to his enduring membership in various Vatican councils, such as the Council for Interreligious Dialogue and the Dicastery of Integral Human Development, as well as his participation in King Abdulaziz's International Council for Interreligious Dialogue. Of course, Bishop Kukah is an essential aspect of the essential aspect of Bishop Kukah's legacy is his institutional leadership and the various initiatives he has established. He serves as a founder and chairman of the Kukah Center, an essential think tank for policy formulation and dialogue, and hosts the position of convener of National Peace Committee, NPC, a non-partisan assembly of distinguished Nigerians committed to the reduction of electoral violence and promotion of political stability. His dedication to education is demonstrated through his leadership positions, including Vice Chairman of the American University of Nigeria, Yola, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Nasarawa State University, as well as Chairman and Pro-Chancellor of the Federal University of Applied Sciences, Kachia in Kaduna State. His scholarly publications offer essential insights into socio-political and religious landscape of Nigeria. The corpus of his scholarly contributions, encompassing works such as Religion, Politics, and Power in Northern Nigeria, 1992, Witness to Justice, an insider account of Nigeria's Truth Commission, 2011, and Nigeria's Illicit Quest for Nigerian Cohesion, 2022, demonstrates a sustained commitment to the exploration of themes related to democracy, justice, reconciliation, and nation building. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, his most recent publication, Witness to Reconciliation, My Journey Towards Reconciliation in Ogoniland, 2023, very recent, is informed by his practical experience in the field of peacemaking. Still on Bishop Hassan Kukah, it can be said that his comprehensive area of competencies contributes to his efficacy, summed up in leadership and management, research and analysis, diplomacies and conflict resolution, strategic planning and policy development, among others. These competencies are not merely theoretical. Rather, they are effectively demonstrated to his ecclesiastical responsibilities, government advisory positions, interdiplomatic engagements, and academic administrative functions. This man still deserves applause. Thank you very much. The profile of Bishop Matthew Hassan Coker exemplifies a notable synthesis of faith, scholarship, and action. The contact details located at number 1 Luanda Crescent, Abuja represents both a physical and ethical point of reference from which he has interacted with communities, governmental bodies, and international organizations. From the Seminary of Nigeria to the esteemed halls of the Vatican, Harvard, and Oxford, and extending into the complex arenas of national conflict resolution, his career exemplifies a committed endeavor towards fostering a more just, peaceful, and a cohesive society. What a man. His life and work persist. Thank you very much. His life and work persist as a significant testament to the importance of enlightened leadership in addressing the complexities inherent in contemporary government and in human development. And now may I crave the indulgence of all present in the hall to give me a standing ovation in respect of this great, eminent scholar, religious leader, and progressive Nigerian. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Ndoma Egba, my brother, my friend, with whom I'm well pleased, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council of this great university, the Vice-Chancellor, the members of Council, Vice-Chancellors of different universities, traditional rulers. Let me, as we say in Nigeria, stand on existing protocols. You will please pardon me, you will have a full text of my lecture. And I apologize to the Vice-Chancellor because they asked for this lecture much earlier, but I have had to deliver 3 different lectures in the last 1 week. And my journey has been between Lagos, Yola, Abuja, and here. And I tend to work right up to the last moment. So I do some editorial work right up to the end of my paper. But I have something that you'll be able to hold on to after the lecture is over. The title of my lecture, I tried to explore the concept of something that became prominent in the United States of America after Obama's presidency, which tried to summarize the struggle of African Americans right from the beginning to where they got to, the highest point with the election of Barack Obama as the first, and I'm sure many of us will concede for a long time to come, Black president in the United States of America. Something that went viral was very common was they said an acknowledgement of the contributions of those who had come before. And so they came up with this idea of they crawl so we could walk. They walk so we could run. And they ran so we could fly. So my lecture attempts to connect the dots in what I call intergenerational dialogue. Because there is so much hostility between the young people and their parents and those in power whom they believe have failed them. But I argue in my presentation that history is not linear, and we must pay attention to the contributions of those who have come before us in order for us to have to build a great country. Of course, American history cannot be concluded. What they call the founding fathers remain their reference point. And you can't talk about the American democracy without, in moments of doubt, in moments of uncertainty, for the members of the political class to almost fall back on these gentlemen whom they refer to as their founding fathers. In military terms, you'll remember Americans constantly will be talking about people like General Patton, Ulysses Grant, George Washington, Douglas MacArthur, Dwight Eisenhower, some of whom managed to become presidents of the United States of America. Today in Vietnam, the capital of Vietnam is Ho Chi Minh, and Ho Chi Minh is a recognition and appreciation of the great work done by Ho Chi Minh himself in securing the freedom of the people of Vietnam. Today, when we mention Chairman Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping, when we mention Lenin or Stalin, when we mention Castro, Mandela, Lee Kuan Yew, who inspired their citizens, we mention their names, or their citizens mention their names in awe. The lives of these great men are embedded in the histories and the stories and the myths that their societies construct. Their memories are often summoned as witnesses to the imperative of patriotism when nations feel threatened. The stories of their years of humiliation, subjugation, imprisonment, or death often become part and parcel of the collective memory and the way people see these lives, which they enact through folklore, drama, and theater. We often hear, many of you who do literature will remember, for example, how inspiring watching the trial of Dedan Kemati, an attempt at reenacting again the resistance that the Kenyans put up against British imperial rule. Now, when we look at this, my argument, therefore, is that patriotism, national cohesion, is not a function of the bridges or the roads that politicians construct. We need to have a memory bank that enables us to speak with awe about certain people in the history of our country. But when we flip this coin and refer to our country, well, I would now like to bore you with the names. What is of interest to me is how severely constricted the identities of the great men that have built this country has been. And today, imagine if you went to the Usman Danfodio University in Sokoto and you find a student who is reading history and you try to persuade him to write his project on the life and times and the teachings of Obafemi Awolowo, it is not likely that you will find a young Hausa boy or a Fulani boy in Usman Danfodio University ready to take up that challenge. If you were to come to Obafemi Awolowo University itself and you ask a young man to do a project on the life and times of Nnamdi Azikiwe, it's most likely that you're not going to find many takers to that proposition. If you ask students from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka to write an essay on the life and times of Sir Ahmadu Bello, you will find a bit of resistance. And the reason why I'm making this point is that for us, most of the young people, including those of you who are graduating here, we are living in very troubled times. And it is to underscore the fact that a country without a memory bank is like a plane that is flying without a black box. Because when a plane has a crash, if as they do happen, the most precious thing is the black box. That is because the black box contains memory of what might have happened and what might have led to the crash. And I'm making the point, therefore, that one of the major limitations that confront us as a people is our inability to have a consistent and a cohesive narration of the struggles of those whom we can refer to as our founding fathers. It might be interesting to know that if young Nigerians were asked to write about their heroes, they might not pick an Ahmadu Bello, they might not pick an Awolowo, they might not pick an Nnamdi Azikiwe, they are more likely to pick either an Nelson Mandela or Julius Malema or Thomas Sankara, or they might be fascinated by J.J. Rollins. Now, as I said, these are mistakes that I think we need to correct. And for a generation of young men and women into whose hands the greatness of this country is entrusted, I insist, and I will come to it towards the end of my paper, that your generation takes more seriously the issue of understanding the history, the culture of what makes this great country called Nigeria. But of course, with due respect, we also know that our federal universities today have also not helped matters, largely because, for example, is it conceivable that a Professor Bolaji Ajibola, that is an imaginary name, can become the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Nigeria and Nsukka today? Or can a Professor Sani Bello, no matter his competence and capacity, become the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ibadan? Or can a Professor Obiora Kano become the Vice-Chancellor of Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto? I make this point to underscore the fact that we elders may not have helped in creating this convoluted history in which ethnic and other forms of identity have now become so prominent that they are impacting negatively on how we perceive what our country ought to be. So we cannot lie to ourselves because we know where, we know how, we know when we entered the scene of this tragedy that now afflicts us. So many may ask, because increasingly the finishing posts to Nigeria's greatness are vanishing increasingly, largely because more and more young people are moving forward with a very dim view of the history of this great country. Now, the finishing lines are becoming dimmer, but many might ask, is there still hope in Nigeria? The strange part of this question is the kind of people that will tell you they no longer have faith in this country. They are flying around the world with first class. They also send their children to the best universities around the world, but they still don't believe that there is a future for our country. And yet, looking back, we might say that there is enough evidence to suggest that we are not necessarily in a terribly bad place, because since 1999, we have conducted 7 back-to-back elections. And if you are a Nigerian, you will concede that this is really a great achievement, in part because so many things have happened in our country, so many things that had it been 20 years ago, has it been 30 years ago or thereabout, the military, the media and the beer parlors will be full of people grumbling and asking the military to come. But because in our history, we also discovered that the military has turned out to be a disease. Had turned out to be, can you please put up this fan? Because it's scattering my papers. Please help me. Thank you. Military rule for us in Nigeria is largely responsible for a good part of the disaster in terms of memory, in terms of our behavior, in terms of our perception of ourselves. And I don't want to go into the details, but we know that I saw something in the social media this morning. Somebody is posing a question. Was state creation really a mistake? Or is it responsible for the confusion we find ourselves in? Political scientists might debate those things, but my conviction is that it is actually partially responsible for the confusion that we're in. And increasingly, we're finding ourselves unable to have a cohesive view of ourselves, because the local government, every time you create a local government area, every time you create a chiefdom, every time you create a new state, you are telling Nigerians you are not who you think you are. Now, at the time we were thinking about northern Nigeria, eastern Nigeria, western Nigeria, of course, many of us had assumptions. And these assumptions were not necessarily wrong. But as we are flagging before ourselves evidences of education, when we had the southeastern, even when we had fewer states, as soon as new states were created, we saw the reaction of people. So the point to make is that we need to pull the threads of our identity together, because somehow we have at least made up our mind that we no longer want to be associated with military rule. And I think that this does not necessarily mean that our democracy has deepened. On the contrary, it means that despite the frustration that ordinary Nigerians still believe, and they've signed on to the fact that with all the convoluted elections, with all the corruption, with all the fraud, and so on, democracy still offers us, despite its imperfection, the best way for building our great country. And if you look at what has happened in Africa, again, I don't go into the details, but democracy in Africa resembles Joseph's coat. Joseph in the Bible is the only incident in the Bible where something about fashion is mentioned. The Bible specifically said his coat was beautiful, but the coat was beautiful because it was a coat of many colors, not because of the quality of the cloth. And that means that managing diversity is central and fundamental to how our countries hold together. So, for example, we've had the rituals of democracy, but increasingly, as we see in many parts of Africa, we are actually combining gerontocracy with autocracy, and elections have been successfully conducted in Rwanda in 2024, in Cameroon in 2025, in Egypt in 2025, in Tanzania in 2025, and only recently in Uganda. Now, what does this tell us? I specifically chose these countries because each and every one of these countries, you will know that they were, except for Tanzania, Al-Sisi has been president for a while. Paul Kagame has been president, not for a very short period of time. Cameroon, you know the story. Uganda, you know the story. So this is another way of telling us that there is democracy and there is democracy. You know, the liturgies are basically the same and all the boxes are ticked. Voters troop out, cast their votes. Votes are counted and winners are declared. And that there's a joke about an African dictator who kept winning and winning elections. And when they conducted the election, the electoral umpire rushed to let him know how successful the elections had been. And he said to the president, he said, Mr. President, these elections were successful. You have won the elections with 99%. And the president didn't look comfortable. And then he said, again, Mr. President, I say you won the elections with 99%. And the president looked at the equivalent of the chairman of INEC, and he says to him, go and find out why the bastard 1% didn't vote for me. I remember being in Rwanda, in Kigali, on the very night when I left Abuja in a plane, they had counted about 70% of the votes. By the time we finally landed in Kigali, the young man who came to pick me, the elections had been concluded. When I was leaving Abuja, they said Paul Kagame had won by 70%, already won 70% of the vote counted. But by the time we landed, they said it was 90%. By the time I got to the hotel where I was going to stay, they said the president has won with 97.something%. Now, the point to make, and I don't go into the details here, but after every election in most parts of Africa, there are certain things that happen after the winners have been declared. There are post-election burials here and there. There are people with broken skulls. There are people who are taken to prison. There are people who end up as widows. There are people who in civil society grumble, make protests, some go to court, but then everything continues as usual. And even when the winners have won by 80%, over 90% of the votes cast, not all are counted and allocated, but still normalcy returns, as we have seen in many parts of Africa, whether it's Uganda or whatever. The point, therefore, to make is that we must understand that it is important because outside democracy, the rest is chaos. And like Churchill said, we don't value democracy because it's the best form of government. We are impressed, and the world has continued to value democracy because it's one of the worst forms of government, except for all others. That's what Churchill said. So it's not necessarily the best form of government, but others have been tested, others have been tried, whether it's feudalism, whether it is autocracy, whether it is, everything else has been tried. But democracy has found to be more or less the equal opportunity system of government that allows countries to thrive. Unfortunately, I'm sure you know better than myself, here in Nigeria, just like everything else, democracy has arrived, the rules have changed. So we are going through the rituals of democracy, but still, neither the political class nor even the electorate itself has shown a deep understanding of the principles that undergird democracy. We find a situation in which our politicians are hurriedly taking us from the book of Lamentation, promising us that we should hurry to the book of Revelation, where everything is going to be wonderful. But it never happens. Now, many of you must have heard of Mr. Mo Ibrahim, who has developed a governance index for more than the last 10 years or so. And this, it is to say that governance is a science, and because it is a science, it can be subjected to laboratory experiments, not in the way and manner that maybe other things happen in the laboratory. But there are indicators that you can use to test whether democracies are functioning or not functioning. And according to the Mo Ibrahim Governance Index, the first is security and rule of law. And I'm not the one to give you the scores, but ask yourself, if you live in Nigeria, has democracy offered you security? Has it guaranteed what is the quality of the rule of law? The second point is participation. That is citizens' ability to participate in their own governance. And along with that participation comes a responsibility, because we voted for you. We take responsibility. If you turn out not to be a good person, we are responsible because we voted for you. But I'm sure many of you in Nigeria will believe that, or will accept that increasingly Nigerians are feeling that they are voting, but their votes are not being adequately counted. Then you have the other indicator, rights and inclusion. Do people really feel included? The truth of the matter is, right across the length and breadth of this country, people don't feel included. I remember I was here in Ekiti when there was the Catholic Diocese of Ekiti was having a celebration, and we were all there. Now, I lived in Lagos for 10 years. One of my worst regrets was not being able to speak Yoruba, because Yoruba is a language that then as now, when I was told I was going to come to the Catholic Secretariat, I was literally dancing. It's a language that I passionately love. But unfortunately, I spent 10 years in Lagos, living in one place, and didn't have a chance to interact. So, because it's only when you have the taxi drivers abusing you, after some time, you'll get familiar with it. But I came here to Ekiti, and then we were at Mass. Then there was the reading, the first reading, the second reading. They were reading in Yoruba, and for me, Yoruba is Yoruba. I had no idea which one was which. So they were reading, but this Yoruba sounded one kind, even though I didn't know. But when they finished, in the Catholic Church, you are not allowed to clap. But when this person finished the reading, the whole church broke into applause. So I turned over. Luckily, the priest who was beside me was a Yoruba. I said, "What are they clapping about?" He said, "No, this Yoruba is the indigenous Yoruba of here." So only now I know there is Yoruba and there is Yoruba. So the point is that, and you can say the same of all our ethnic groups. In the same way that when I used to travel to the East, Igbo people will meet me and they will say, Father Kuka, how did you, a Hausa man, manage to become Reverend Father? So we have all this, but the point is that we have a society where people are being excluded on grounds of gender, on grounds of ethnicity. Maybe if you are living here, it will be that you are Yoruba, but you are not Yoruba of the type that ought to be included. If you are a Hausa man, you may be a Hausa man, but if you come from northern Nigeria, you think everybody is a Muslim. It's not everybody who is a Muslim that necessarily gets, it's not everybody who is a Fulani. So we have all these layers and layers, but the overall objective of democracy is to create a culture of inclusion. Inclusion does not mean everybody will have to be at the table, but it simply means that emotionally you have a feeling that you are being carried along. I remember when the Super Eagles were playing, it gets quite bizarre here in Nigeria, really bizarre. When the Super Eagles were, and they played very well at the last AFCON. All of a sudden, somebody posted something on social media. He said, this football team, why is it that there is no northerner in the team? That was his concern. Not that Nigeria was winning, but how is it that there is no northerner in the team? Now, of course, there is a sense in which you have some emotional attachment. I mean, I said it to the Vice Chancellor. I'm surprised. Everywhere I turned, they were speaking Hausa to me, including the Vice Chancellor himself. Now, the point is that inclusion is fundamental to how people, because if people don't feel a sense of belonging, if you simply say those who arrive are those who will feed, you ask yourself, imagine a mother with 5 children, okay, and the ages are from 5 to 19. and you set a table in the house. Everybody, if people just sit down because of their seat, the father of the house will take his seat. The mother will take his seat. The 19-year-old man will take his seat. The 17-year-old will take his seat. The 15-year-old. What about Mr. 5-year-old? You have to adjust the table. The table will remain the same. But justice demands that you have to make sure that 5-year-old man can also sit at the table. He doesn't want to sit on daddy's table. Even if you offer him daddy's table, that is not his table. So inclusion does not mean that all of us want to drive Prado Jeep. All of us want to drive car. No, it is that you create a society in which people have a sense of fairness, that if they struggle very hard, this is what the end result will be. Then, of course, you have the whole question of, as I said, security of law and transparency, accountability, anti-corruption. We have all of them duly written down, but their implementation remains for us a huge problem. So, the challenge is, and I want to speak to my classmates, because I'm going to receive an honorary doctoral degree. So all of you receiving degree, you are my classmates. Can you imagine you can boast, those of you who have read law, even if you are you just graduated in law, you can go to Justice Onegen, who was former Chief Justice of Nigeria, shake his hand because he's your classmate. That's why he's receiving a doctorate degree today. So class of 2026, we are class of 2026. I've listed the troubles of our country. And we are here because this university has invited us to come. We didn't come on our own. We're invited by the university and your parents. However, this celebration is mainly about you, the graduates, young men and women into whose hands tomorrow is being entrusted. Do not lament about the conditions of our country. Be inspired, because as the Chinese say, it is better to light a candle than to cause the darkness. Many of our scholars, they include the social scientists here, and Nigerians generally, including the members of the political class, lament over the fact that we are not like the Asian tigers. When Obasanjo became president in 1999, I don't know whether it was him, but I think either he went to Singapore. At that time, almost every minister in the Federal Republic of Nigeria was reading the biography or had a copy of the biography of Lee Kuan Yew, which was a story of how he took his country from a poor, nondescript third world country to a first world country. Because Nigerians, I don't think many of the ministers actually read the book. Even if they read the book, Nigeria was not ready to be taken from third world to the first world. That's why we're where we are today. They are the lives of the leaders of the Asian tigers. You can see, if you think of somebody like Lee Kuan Yew, we talk about these great men, whether it's Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew was prime minister. He governed his country for over 40 years. He conducted elections. He won elections consistently. He was at best literally a dictator. But because Singaporeans could see the value of the big stick, because way back in the early 70s, Lee Kuan Yew banned something as basic as chewing gum. Up till today, no matter who you are, if you chew gum in Singapore, you will be, you remember, there was a story about a few years back. A young American went to to Singapore and was caught chewing gum. It was under the presidency of George Bush. And they say the laws will apply. And you will get 9 lashes of the cane on your bare buttocks. That's what we do here in our country. Of course, everything concerning America will end up with diplomacy. Either a bit of carrot, a bit of stick, a bit of thread, but something will give for something else. But I'm just saying that many dictatorships manage to, people surrendered their freedom. In our own case, the over 30 years of military rule that took away our freedom. The military took our freedom, but delivered us almost next to nothing. I was in Egypt in November. And if you go to Egypt, not a perfect society, absolutely not. But you can see what El-Sisi has done. And you will be in a position to say, what is even the use conducting elections? Because we are conducting elections that are leaving us sorrowful. I remember I gave a lecture in Lagos, and President Obasanjo was the chairman. And I raised the question in my lecture as to, is there another way of us achieving the goals and principles of democracy without this decision of 4 years by 2? Because then as now, and the next morning, President Obasanjo called me and we continued this conversation. And he himself, and I'm sure many people in this country may not be in a position to know, will understand that the amount of money that is being spent in conducting elections in Nigeria, I say to myself, that money could have been put to better use, because we are in a situation of state capture where it is almost inconceivable. You can try quite all right, but you are not expecting to defeat the governor who is incumbent. You can try quite all right, but you are not thinking that you will displace the president who is in power, or the mayor, or the senator, or whatever. The result is that this accumulation of resources, rather than improving our democracy, is blocking our democracy, and hence the frustration that we are feeling. So, class of 2026, you have a challenge before you. Because years of military rule fragmented our country, you now have to have the capacity and the ability to look beyond the corruption of the moment and think whether we can think a bit more creatively and clearly about how to build a better country. The annulment of the 1993 elections and the subsequent death of Chilabiola, the winner of those elections, were more a symptom than the disease, because the military had foisted a peculiar kind of democracy that was guided democracy in the image and likeness of themselves. And so an intergenerational dialogue in Nigeria must happen between the old and the young. Because we also, as we have sung, we want a country where no one is oppressed. We also have in our coat of arms unity and faith, peace and progress. These are not empty words. Therefore, young people must stop being frustrated. Of course, I also see there are things on the social media in which the young people of today are being blamed, because the parents are saying, imagine when I was your age, I have friends who send their children to America. Now, the big dilemma they are facing is that their children are 30, they are going 40, and they are not talking about marriage. And this is the first son. And the man is scratching his head about what one of my friends, I told him, I said, Oga, don't ever tell your son, by the time I was your age, I was already married and having children. So the visions will be different. The young people of today are looking at a different window. It's not necessarily a better window, but the elders must pay attention. So stop intimidating young people by telling them that Akintola, Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, Enaoro, Gawon, Garba, Murtala, Babangida, Ojukwu, Obasanjo, Buhari, Mbu, that they all were great men who became heads of state or ministers at the age of 24. Well, it was easy for them to become ministers at the age of 24 or 30 because the population was scarce. In many cases, many of these people only had either NCE or the equivalent of secondary school education. Very few of them had university education. The situation was different. But now you have a highly energized young generation of very, very educated people using tools that were not available to their elders. So the conversation can be properly understood. The discipline of yesterday that was based on the fact that right now, if you're a young person, and that affects me personally, if I didn't, many of us now, you are coming this way, you suddenly discover you left your phone behind. It's enough reason for you to stop your journey and go back home to go and bring your phone. You are coming to class, you suddenly realize you left your phone. It's enough reason for you to run back. Now we are having toys that we didn't have before. So the concentration, the discipline of the 60s and the 70s, when there was no television, you had to go out to turn this way, to watch television. Then the remote came. Now you don't need to buy a television. So your phone is. So there are so many distractions, opportunities, and possibilities. But we require the disciplined life that your parents and grandparents live, as opposed to the distinction between fast food, which you can take and chop immediately, and the real food that takes a while to cook. So, but these are not conflicting terms, because class of 26, you are young, but you are not lazy. You may feel excluded, but do not let anyone shut your dreams out. Do not think you have no choice, or you have no voice, or that you are invisible. If the noise outside drowns your voice, sing with your heart. If they refuse to give you a seat at the table because you are too young, please create your own tables. Simply design and build your own tables, and never think that you have come late to the portals of opportunity. Do not feel frustrated by those who are ahead of you. They have seen what you have not seen. They know what you do not know. They were you yesterday. They gave birth to you. They too were rebellious, and they believed that they could change the world. As they grew older, they realized differently. They thought that the best way was to destroy the temple. Sadly, they realized, I'm talking of people of my generation, that they did not even have a plan for the new temple they were planning to build. All they were interested in is pull down the temple. Read history. Read the stories of the great men and women of Nigeria. Read about their failures. Read about their achievements. Read their biographies. Read the novels about our country. Listen to the proverbs and listen to the songs. Learn even the dances, because there is no substitute for hard work and knowledge. Be patient with your parents, because they too were impatient with your grandparents. An intergenerational conversation and dialogue will grow out of respect. The elders must understand that the adrenaline that drives their children today is the same one that drove them yesterday. Their music is not your music. Their food is not your food, and so on. Let us create the spaces that create harmony across generations. I remember my friend, they are in their 70s now, but their daughter was in the Ahmadu Bello University, and she was, I think, 17 or 18. But the parents have made a law that any child who goes out of the house must come back before 9. They must come back before 9. And she was concerned about how they dressed. And one day, it is the mother that told me the story. Her daughter rummaged through their pictures because they had seen the parents' pictures. And she decided to frame the picture. And she placed it on the mantelpiece. Because nobody looked, everything was familiar in the house. And this is because she was preparing to go for a birthday party. When she got ready for the birthday party, her father and mother were sitting down watching television. As she stepped out to go, the mother said, "You remember the rules. 9 o'clock, you should be here. And by the way, go and dress properly." I said, "Decent lady, you can't be dressing like this. Go and dress properly. Cover all your..." So the girl now decided to go and carry the framed picture of her mother when she was in college, with one cross, no gutter, and some dark goggles. And at that time, their mother was about 17 or whatever. She was just in Form 2 or 3. Cross, no gutter. The young people here will not know what cross. So she brought the piece and said, "Mommy, how old were you when you were?" So very often, we the elders tend to say to these children, "When I was your age," it's because their grandfather is not here or grandmother is not here to give testimony. So class of 26, this is Nigeria of your inheritance. What are you going to make of it? Do not envy the children of the rich and powerful. Do not look at the shoulders or for the shoulders on which to lean on. Do not look for a godfather, nor should you build your future on your projected inheritance. Learn from history. Look at the world of possibilities that lies ahead of you. Have you ever heard of a man called Archimedes? You remember the story of Archimedes? He came up with the law of flotation, something that happened to him purely by accident. I'm sure those of you who know the story will have an understanding, because Archimedes, the problem was that King Helion of Syracuse in Greece had this problem. He wanted a crown made, and he got the goldsmith to say, "Please go and make this. Here, I want a beautiful crown of gold." When the crown came, the king was suspicious that not all the gold had been used, but he couldn't tell whether it was fake or not fake. And then, of course, Archimedes was called upon, "Could you help us understand what exactly is happening?" So, of course, it is one day Archimedes is in the bath, and he enters the bath, and the water, you all know what happened. What will happen if you enter a bath? And that's how Archimedes developed the law of flotation. What I'm saying, in effect, is that for those of you who are scientists, the mess that has been created is for you to clear. And you can clear it and make tons of money by finding solutions to the problems of our country. Class of 2026, rise up. Today, like the crooked goldsmiths in the time of, the crooked goldsmith in Greece, those entrusted with making a crown of gold for Nigeria have given us a counterfeit crown. Class of 2026, give yourself an assignment to create change, not to complain about the present. And I therefore want to end by leaving you with a few 11 commandments. If we are 10, only God gave us 10 commandments. So I've added 11 to make up for my imperfection. But nothing I'm saying here is perfect. So when you go out, put my claims to the test. The first rule, don't be tempted to rush to swim in other people's swimming pools simply because they look attractive. You do not know the depths, nor are you sure of your swimming skills. So do not rush to take a job that will change your life because the amount of money that is being offered. Take the job that can help you save other lives and not your own. Secondly, be calm. Learn to stay in your lane. Do not rush to another lane because the traffic seems faster. You cannot see the potholes that might lie ahead on the other lane. So learn not to jump the queue. God's choice is in your lane, perhaps just in front of you. Be careful not to rush because you might take a bullet that does not belong to you. 3, choose your battles well. Do not be in a hurry to box beyond your weight. Ensure that you take on a battle that you have a fair chance of winning. If you lose, don't give up. Get up and try again. 4, open a savings account in a bank called the Bank of Humility, a bank of kindness and respect. They are both saving accounts. Every act of kindness, every act of humility, every act of respect you show is a service and it's a deposit. There will be a day for you to draw. 5, create your own boundaries and design your own roadblocks. Cherish privacy. Travel your own road, even when it seems lonely and quiet, because at times, silence is loud. 6, listen and learn from others. Even if it seems that you are brighter than them, listen to men and women of experience, especially your parents, because had Icarus listened to his father, Daedalus, the master craftsman, he would not have crashed to his death after he went too close to the sun. 7, do not fight against the door that is closed. Do not insist on opening a door that is closed. Perhaps it has been closed for your protection. 8, learn not to live a borrowed life. Avoid loans, no matter the urgency. Loans often create a deep hole that you may not be able to fill in future, except you dig another hole. 9, when the rope of a relationship ruptures, boyfriend, girlfriend, through no fault of your own, hold your own end of the rope. Stay faithful. What belongs to you will ultimately return. Don't cling too much to what you think you love. It may choke you. Don't allow yourself to drown in somebody else's storm. 10, trust in God. You may have other names for him. It does not matter. Never forget that you are not here by accident. God has no photocopy of you hidden anywhere because God does not create photocopies. No matter your condition or situation, you are a perfect image of what God planned for you. Success depends on cooperating with him and his grace. Class of 2026, a great world lies ahead of you. And finally, remember whose sons and daughters you are. Learn the history of this great country. Know its people and culture. This great university is an investment by the people of Nigeria because the university has not been built with the money of the people of Oye Ekiti. The very fact that it is built with the resources of Nigeria is a metaphor. The money invested, therefore, and your education means that you should be committed and dedicated to bringing good and serving this country. So cherish this great country called Nigeria because it allows you to dream. Class of 2026. Remember, I'm one of your classmates. Let us dream together. Thank you very much.
Let's continue to appreciate Bishop, please. Thank you, sir. God bless you for that wonderful lecture. Thank you, sir. Chancellor, sir, I have the honor to call upon the Vice Chancellor to address this convocation.
The Pro-Chancellor, sir. Your Excellency, the visitor to the University, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSFR, President and Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the National University Commission Executive Secretary, Professor Yusufu Ribadu,
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency Abiodun Abayomi Banji, Your Excellency, the governors of other states here present, the Honorable Minister of Education, other members of the Federal Republic Executive Council, distinguished members of the National Assembly, the Honorable Speaker and members of the State House of Assembly, member of the State Study Council, the Executive Secretary, National University Commission, the Registrar, Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, the Executive Secretary, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, the Managing Director, Nigerian Education Loan Fund, distinguished Chancellor, Federal University of Oye Ekiti, Pro-Chancellor and members of the Foye Governing Council, other principal officers of the university, visiting Chancellor, Pro-Chancellors and Vice-Chancellors, other top government functionaries, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Saad Abubakar, His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife, Obade Yenitan Ogunwusi, Your Imperial Majesty, the Iwe of Ado Ekiti, Oba Dr. Rufus Adeyemo Adejugbe, Alhaji Sani III, Your Royal Majesty, the Oga of Ikere and the Chairman of the State Council of Traditional Rulers, Oba Samuel Adejimi Adu Alagba Gregola, Your Royal Majesty, the Oloye of Oye Ekiti, Oba Maki Ademolaju, Adele Kole of Ekole Ekiti, Oba Adewumi Ajibade Fashiku. Other Royal Highnesses present, His Lordship Bishop Matthew Azankoka, our Convocation Lecturer and awardee, distinguished awardees, my Lord Spiritual Temporal, distinguished members of the University Senate, Congregation and Convocation, esteemed graduating students, parents, guidance of graduating students and friends of the university, gentlemen of the press, distinguished guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great gratitude to the Almighty God that I welcome you to all to the 10th Convocation ceremonies of Federal University of Oye Ekiti. I extend a special and warm welcome to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and visitor to the university, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSFR. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to the Executive Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency Governor Abiodun Abayomi Banji. Furthermore, I'm delighted to welcome all esteemed guests and dignitaries who honor us by attending this occasion. I'm particularly pleased to acknowledge the presence of our referred Chancellor and Father of the Royal Majesty, Dr. Matthew Okpalo Ogoche, the Atao Chairman of the Kogi State Traditional Council, along with his esteemed entourage, including the other royal fathers from far and near. May your reign be long, peaceful, and worthy. It is also a pleasure to welcome our able Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Council, Senator Victor Idoma Egba, a senior advocate of Nigeria and to the Governing Council of the Great Citadel of Learning. He is indeed a courageous man, divinely sent by grace to support both the university and me. In my life, if you feel the scriptures as stated in Jeremiah 3:5, and I will give you shepherds. Understanding, sir, you have demonstrated who are the best interest of any society you find yourself in at heart. I'm equally delighted to welcome all visiting vice chancellors and registrars from sister universities across the country. We sincerely appreciate your solidarity, collaboration, and unwavering support. May we all leave our university better than the way we met them. Amen. My frontal appreciation also goes to all stakeholders, our dedicated teaching and non-teaching staff, various staff unions, our vibrant alumni community, and friends of the university for their steadfast commitment and support in driving the progress of FOIE, even during the challenging period in the university. You stood by us. Thank you. This ceremony is especially significant to me as it marks the last convocation ceremony to be held under my administration as the first substantive vice chancellor of this great university. It is therefore both a celebration and a reflection, a time to look back on our collective journey, to appreciate how far we have come, and to envisage the future of this university reaching even greater heights. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's convocation ceremony marks the grand finale of a week-long series of activities which commenced on Sunday, 1st February 2026, with the valedictory service. Other key events include the Vice Chancellor Press Conference, commissioning of projects in the two campuses, a book launch written by Professor Abami Sunday Fashion, the Vice Chancellor, a valedictory lecture and then the tenure report, free medical treatment provided by the Oye and Ikole communities to Oye and Ikole communities, and the convocation lecture delivered today by Bishop Father Matthew Azankuka, Bishop of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Sokoto. To the parents and guidance of our graduates, members of the press, and our distinguished guests, I welcome you to this prestigious ceremony. In the next few minutes, I invite you to join me on the brief reflection on 4 years' journey so far, its milestones and challenges. Graduating students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this 10th Convocation ceremony, a total of 7,684 students will graduate from these various faculties and the colleges of Federal University of Oye Ekiti. This comprises both undergraduate and postgraduate students across all disciplines. The breakdown is as follows. 131 students will confer with first-class degrees. 131 students with first-class degrees. 2,419 with second-class upper. 3,077 second-class lower. 966 with third class, and 3 with a pass degree. Milestones of our stewardship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to present the milestones of our stewardship to this great audience. These achievements, which are outlined below, have been discussed extensively in my valedictory lecture, but permit me to discuss a few of them in this speech. The first one is the 20-point agenda and transformation of Oye between 2021 and 2026. When I assumed office as Vice Chancellor, I came with a clear vision, a 21-point agenda to reposition our university. Today, I stand tall before you to state that all items in the 20-point agenda were accomplished to varying degrees to the glory of Almighty God. Indeed, one can confidently conclude that 4 years has undergone a significant transformation. The 20-point agenda, as stated, you can see them there. The first one is that we said we are going to increase the revenue generation of the university. I'm glad to say that we have improved the IGR of the university to the tune of 300%. In other words, we have increased the revenues of this university from 2 point something to about almost 11 point something billion within the space of 5 years. We also created wealth. We established a lot of ventures, part-time programs. We also created a business school, affiliate colleges, increased the student enrollment. We also said we are going to increase the student enrollment. We did it by increasing quota from NUC. We want to thank Professor Ribadu of NUC who have allowed us to do this. We also introduced new programs. I'm also glad to say that today, 4 years is the number 4 most subscribed university in Nigeria to 303 university. We also established a College of Medicine. We got the Senate approval. We got the Council approval. We got MDCN approval. We appointed the Provost. We also got the approval of federal government to use federal teaching hospital for clinical training. As of some 2 weeks ago, a team came from NUC to also look at for us for accreditation. And I'm glad to say that we are happy that I'm very sure that we'll get a full accreditation. We also established an Institute of Food Security and Commercial Agriculture. In terms of research, we established the first research policy for Oye. We also had collaboration linkages with foreign partners, university research institute, and research training for all academic staff. Establishment of new faculties. During our tenure, we established several faculties. When I came on board, I met only 8 faculties, but today I'm proud to say that we now have 18 faculties. 18 faculties. The statistics there in the table to see. We had 18 faculty from 8. Our program was 73 in 2021. Today we have 91 programs. We have 1 directorate. When I came on board, we have 19 directorates. Institute, we have nearly, today we have 4. Department, we have 67. Today we have 81. Accreditation status and program development. In addition to establishing new programs, the university has made remarkable progress in securing legitimacy and recognition. I'm pleased to report that all our new programs have been resource verified by National University Commission and have equally undergone verification by the relevant professional and regulatory bodies. All our 91 programs have full accreditation status, while only 3 currently have interim accreditation status, namely statistics, pharmacy, and radiography and radiation. And they have been visited, and I'm very sure we're going to get full accreditation. Rapid growth in student enrollment. The Federal University of Oye Ekiti has experienced sustained and remarkable growth in student enrollment since inception, reflecting its rising profile within Nigeria's higher education system. The university currently accommodates over 60,000 full-time students and more than 6,200 part-time students, drawn from diverse socio-economic and geographical backgrounds across the country. The enrollment trajectory demonstrates a steady increase in both applications and admissions over the years. This growth has been driven by the expansion of academic programs, improve accreditation outcomes, enhance national visibility, and increase public confidence in the university's academic stability and future prospects. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board ranking of Oye as the fourth most subscribed university to public university in Nigeria further validates this positive trend. It's also positioned the university among the fastest growing federal university in the country. The table clearly above the graph, you can see the graph showing the growth in terms of student enrollment. Ranking of the university. The university has also, in terms of ranking, recorded another significant milestone with its inclusion in the 2026 World University Ranking by subject, released on the 21st of January 2026. You can see the ranking there. In terms of higher education world ranking, you can see what we have, where we have. The university also recorded another significant with its inclusion in the 2026 World University Ranking by subject, released on 24th January 2026. In the latest assessment, Oye was ranked in two broad subject areas, physical sciences and social sciences, further reflecting the university's rising academic strength, improving research output, and growing global visibility. Globally, Oye was ranked within the 1,054 plus band in physical sciences and within the 1,001 plus band in social sciences. Nationally, only 13 Nigerian universities were ranked in the social sciences category, and Oye was placed number 4 brand, demonstrating strong performances among Nigerian universities. In physical sciences, only 19 Nigerian universities were ranked, and Oye also emerged at number 4, standing alongside notable universities such as the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Obafemi Awolowo University, University of Ibadan, where I graduated from, the University of Benin, the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and the University of Port Harcourt. This achievement further highlights Oye's steady progress in teaching quality research, impact, and academic reputation, while reaffirming its commitment to excellence, innovation, and global competitiveness. Infrastructural development. From the beginning of our administration, we vigorously pursue an aggressive program of infrastructural development across the university. More than 160 projects were completed over the past 5 years. More than 160 projects were completed over the past five years. These efforts were strengthened by intervention from the Tertiary Education Trust Fund and the productization of the university talent development. In addition, several projects were facilitated or funded by friends of the university. More recently, the university signed an MOU with a private developer, Olaf Integrated Service, to construct a state-of-the-art hostel complex to address student accommodation challenges. The hostel project comprises 400 rooms, of which 200 have been completed and commissioned some few days ago. This facility is scheduled to be commissioned. Of course, that will be commissioned through the validated program. In recognition of the Vice-Chancellor leadership and contribution, the developer named the hostel after the Vice-Chancellor, Profession about Ms. Sunday. We express our sincere appreciation for the commendation gesture. Inaugural lecture. The inaugural lecture serves as an invaluable platform for professors appointed by the university, in this case Oye, to present not only the field of expertise that led to their prestigious professorship, but also to outline their future research direction. Under our leadership, we have successfully hosted 19 inaugural lectures, and I'm pleased to see that our colleagues have embraced this challenge with enthusiasm and dedication. Professors of practice, diaspora professors, and professor emeritus. As part of his commitment to strengthen the university's human resource capacity, this administration introduced the diaspora professors and professor of practice initiatives. These initiatives have attracted respected academics and distinguished professionals, thereby enriching the university's academic environment and strengthening its professional relevance. Notably, Chief Wole Olanipekun SN was appointed as a professor of practice, bringing his extensive legal expertise and professional experience to the institution. Malam Yusuf Olaoluwali was also appointed as a professor of practice. We are all confident that these eminent Nigerians will contribute significantly to our students' professional development, mentoring, and career development. Similarly, the Leibniz Institute of Prophetic Research in Germany, as a key international partner, providing the university with access to outstanding diaspora professors and scholars, as well as research expertise. Between 19 and 28 February 2025, Oye hosted 2 diaspora professors from the institute, Professor Atmont Haman and Professor Fomba, who deliver insightful and innovative lectures. More recently, the University Senate, under our leadership, introduced the Emeritus Professor Initiative. The Senate had earlier approved a framework for awarding the Emeritus Professor to colleagues who have distinguished themselves in teaching, research, and community service. In addition, the Senate also approved as a matter of policy that former Vice-Chancellor of this university who have served the university should be honored with the award of Emeritus Professor. Consequent ceremony, 3 former Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor Chinedu Nebo, Professor Azuzu Isaac, and Professor Kadi Choromekun will be conferred with the honor of Emeritus Professors. Staff and student welfare. Before and during my inauguration as the first democratically appointed Vice-Chancellor of the university by the Governing Council, I made a solemn commitment to make welfare of both staff and students a top priority. By the grace of God, we were able to fulfill this promise through the achievement. Number 1, we promoted 204 colleagues to the professorial cadre within the last 5 years. Our promotion exercise was completed as of 2025. This included promotion of 1 professor librarian and 1 reader professor. We provide shuttle buses for staff and students at highly subsidized rate. This initiative is the first of its kind in university history. We renovated our student hostels with payment of areas of hazard allowance and recurring allowance to all eligible staff members. We also procure insurance support for all indigent students. For all our staff, we also introduced what we call biological admission for students of children of staff. After that, we also gave 20% rebate for these students who are students of our staff. We also established a Freedom Park. We also established a university staff school. The staff school actually was a baby of this administration, and we're glad to say that that staff school has grown tremendously. We institutionalized a study leave program to support staff development and academic advancement. Staff also benefited from academic conferences. 381 staff benefited from conferences, 92 PhD, 14 masters, postdoctorate 12, MPhil 12, benchwork 13. We also established a microfinance bank. The one important thing that was very germane to my heart was the development and adoption of the strategic plan of the university for 2026 to 2050. This is one of the most significant institutional achievements of our tenure. This comprehensive blueprint consolidates past achievements, addresses structural challenges, and charts a clear pathway toward becoming a future-ready, innovative-led, and globally competitive university. Along with Nigeria's Agenda 2050, the Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union Agenda 2063, and UNESCO Future of Education Framework, the plan provides long-term direction, policy stability, and strategic continuity for 4 years' next phase of growth. This administration produced this strategic plan for the university. Development. Recognizing the immense value of postdoctoral research, we have established a robust postdoctoral system to attract scholars and grant funding from across the globe by fostering technical and ideological diversity. 4 years aspire to become a hub for cutting-edge research and innovation. Together, this initiative reflects our unwavering commitment to building a world-class institution, ensuring that 4 years stands as a beacon of excellence. 4 years will confer honorary degrees on distinguished in their respective callings. That they are His Eminence Said Abubakar Tirisio Sultan Sokoto. 2, His Royal Majesty Oba Oluwole Ademolaju Odekolu, the lawyer of Oye Kingdom. 3, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi, the Ojaja, 2nd, the Ooni of Ife. Our own bishop will deliver lecture today, Bishop Matthew Azankuka, the Bishop of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, the Justice Walter Onogon, the former Chief Justice of Nigeria. Also, 4 years will confer emeritus professorship on 3 former Vice-Chancellors of the University, Professor Chinedu Nebo, Isaac Azuzu, and Kadi Choromekun. Congratulations and appreciation. It is with great pleasure that I extend my heartfelt congratulations to today's honorary awardees. By receiving these well-earned distinctions, we join the esteemed rank of 4 years value stakeholders, recognized for our outstanding integrity, selflessness, and patriotic service to our great nation. Your leadership and achievements serve as a beacon of inspiration to the next generation of 4-year graduates as they embark on their own paths to success. I would like to also express my profound gratitude to His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Forces, the visitor to the University, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSFR, for honoring us with his esteemed President and ably represented by the NUC Executive Secretary, Professor Yusufu Ribadu. A special appreciation goes to His Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency Abayomi Banji, for his steadfast support for our university. My sincere thanks also extend to the Senate, management, staff, and students of FOIE, as well as our distinguished guests and friends of the university. To our great graduates today, it's a testament to your resilience, determination, diligence, and hard work. All fast to the values you have learned: integrity, hard work, service to humanity, and innovation. The world is changing even more rapidly than we ever said. Be bold, be visionary, and let your alma mater be proud of you. As you step into the world, always uphold, positively represent the image of FOIE. It is your university, and its success is a reflection of your commitment and pride. I want to equally congratulate Professor Joshua Olamile Ogunwole on his appointment as the 5th substantive Vice-Chancellor of this great citadel of learning, whose inauguration will come up in a few days to come. My prayer is that God will grant you the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and good health required to excel in this new position. I pray that you will passion and dedication to excellence, that you will continue to strengthen the foundation we have laid, uphold the culture, and take this university to even greater heights. I must particularly commend the ceremonies committee under the capable leadership of Professor Tajuddin Bolanle Ola for their dedication and meticulous effort in organizing this memorable event. To our esteemed guests, thank you for honoring our invitation and making this day truly special. Finally, the journey since February 11, 2021 has been up and down, but in all, God wins. Thank you for all your kind attention, and I wish you safe travel to your respective destination. God bless Federal University of Oye Ekiti. God bless Ekiti State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Chancellor, sir, I have the honor to call upon the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council of Federal University of Oye Ekiti to address the convocation.
The visitor, here ably represented by Professor Ribadu, Executive Chairman, Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, our Chancellor, our guest speaker, and awardee, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, Bishop of Sokoto. We thank you for coming. We know the troubles you took. You have 6 unused tickets in your pocket, but you were still able to make it. So it is not just the very seminal lecture you gave us, but also the stress you have had to pass through to be able to be here with us today. We thank you. We thank you for your presence. We thank you for the lecture. His Lordship, Justice Walter Onogen, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, our awardees, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with pleasure and a profound sense of responsibility that I stand before you today as Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti,
On the momentous occasion of the 10th Convocation ceremonies of our beloved university, today marks a significant milestone in the history of our university as we celebrate its 10th Convocation and 15 years of academic excellence, transformative impact, strength, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. I humbly welcome our visitor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented, to the 10th Convocation ceremony of the university. The entire university community appreciates your immense contributions to the university, especially in the area of human and material resources. Sir, it is worthy of mention that FOIE has benefited immensely from your goodwill in the area of TED Fund projects, NEL Fund, Federal Ministry of Education guidance in policy making, as well as from other supervisory agencies like the National Universities Commission and the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB. Let me use this opportunity to again appreciate Mr. President for the newly signed agreement with ASU and hope that the same will be extended to the other unions in the university, as this will bring the needed stability, peace, and development into the university system in Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Governing Council, I congratulate our honorary degree awardees who have been thoroughly and carefully selected in recognition of their exemplary value-added roles to the country Nigeria and humanity. His Eminence, Alhaji Muhammadu Saad Abubakar III, CON, the Sultan of Sokoto, is here represented by the Seriki Lagos. You are welcome. His Imperial Majesty Oba Ade Enitan Ogunwusi, or Jaja II, CON, the Ooni of Ife. Our chief host, because we have two campuses in Oye and Ikole, His Royal Majesty Obasa Oluole Ademoloju Adebule III, OON, the Oloye of Oye Ekiti Kingdom. His Lordship Matthew Hazan Kuka, Roman Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, and His Lordship Justice Walter Samuel Nkanu Onogen, former Chief Justice of Nigeria. Our honor to these remarkable individuals is not only a little way of acknowledging and appreciating their tremendous contributions to country and humanity, but to inspire others to give their very best to society. Today's honor inducts you, our honorees, as cherished bona fide members of the Federal University Oye Ekiti community. It is also my pleasure to congratulate our three former Vice-Chancellors on their appointments by the Senate and Governing Council of the Federal University Oye Ekiti as emeritus professors in their respective fields. 15 years ago, Federal University Oye Ekiti was birthed and it embarked on a journey to become a beacon of learning, innovation, and service to country and mankind. 10 years ago, we had our first convocation ceremony for our first set of graduates. Our vision was clear: to nurture future-ready young minds, advance the frontiers of knowledge, and contribute to the socio-economic development of Nigeria. Hence our motto: innovation and character for national transformation. Today, as we confer degrees on a new generation of graduates, and we reflect on our achievements with pride and gratitude. Let me first of all congratulate our graduates, the stars of today's ceremony. Your hard work, your discipline, choices, and perseverance have brought you to this defining moment. You are ambassadors from this moment of Oye, and I charge you most diligently to carry forward the values of integrity, diligence, and service that your alma mater has instilled in you all. I extend our heartfelt appreciation to the Vice-Chancellor, members of management, teaching and non-teaching staff, whose dedication and commitment have been instrumental in driving the university's progress. The Governing Council recognizes your sacrifices and steadfastness in upholding our standards and reputation, and remains very proud of you all, and we are indeed grateful. We owe a debt of gratitude to our visitor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the federal government of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Education, led by the very creative Dr. Tunji Morufu Alausa, in whose honor we have named one of our most outstanding facilities. The National Universities Commission, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, the Nigerian Education Loans Fund, NEL Fund, and the amiable governor of Ekiti State, and our host communities, amongst other stakeholders, for their unwavering support. Our stakeholders, including parents and guardians, continue to be vital pillars of our university's success. We also appreciate our partners in industry and the private sector, whose collaborations have enriched our academic and research endeavors. As a young and dynamic institution, we have faced our fair share of challenges, ranging from infrastructural needs and funding limitations to the necessity to expand our academic programs to meet global standards. However, these challenges have only strengthened our resolve. The Governing Council is committed to providing strategic leadership, fostering an enabling environment for teaching, research, and innovation to thrive sustainably. We are actively pursuing partnerships, both locally and internationally, to enhance our curriculum, improve facilities, and promote staff and exchange programs. Our goal is to position Oye as a leading institution, not just within Nigeria, but across Africa and beyond. During to the visitor, half of all universities using Oye as a contact point for enhanced access to financial resources by providing universities and their staff with loan facilities at significantly reduced interest rates, well below prevailing commercial rates. It is worthy to say that as a listening leader, Mr. President, you have considered and approved a staff loan scheme to all interested staff in Nigerian universities. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. President, we request more assistance in building more students' hostels and classrooms, reconstruction and rehabilitation of the university's road networks, staffing, drainages, erosion control, landscaping, more lecture halls, staff offices, staff quarters, more funding, since the university operates in 2 campuses, as I said before, Oye and Ekiti, and power supply. On the issue of power supply, I have commissioned our relevant faculties to construct from the beginning their own power supply system. And the process has started. I believe by the next convocation, the power we'll be enjoying will be from our homegrown efforts. As part of deliberate efforts to ensure smooth and effective governance of Foye, I implemented the 2025 retreat to Kigali, Rwanda, initially conceptualized by my predecessor, Engineer Kayode Ojo. Members of the University Governing Council went on the 5-day retreat themed Navigating University Operations in Turbulent Times. The strategic engagement enhanced Foye's profile and facilitated productive interactions with the Rwandan academic community. During the retreat, the delegation paid courtesy and academic visits to the University of Kigali and Kigali Independent University. Those engagements led to the signing of Memoranda of Understanding with clearly articulated plans for staff and student exchange programs between Foye and those institutions, as well as further plans for collaboration in other academic and research activities. In furtherance of its responsibilities as a forward-looking governing council, a comprehensive 25-year strategic plan was developed, drawing substantially from the communiqué and recommendations of a distinguished consultant group that was engaged during the 2026 Foye Council Management Retreat held in Lagos from the 11th to the 13th of January 2026. The 25-year strategic plan provides a robust framework for sustained and exponential growth in human capital development and infrastructural expansion within Foye. It represents a firm and enduring foundation upon which present and future generations of the university community can thrive. It is our covenant that Foye's Governing Council will continue to provide a solid institutional anchor to inspire confidence, continuity, and excellence in the university's long-term development. To the graduating class of this convocation, that is Bishop Kuka's classmates, I urge you to view your achievements as a springboard for greater accomplishments. The world you are entering is dynamic, competitive, and filled with opportunities. Uphold the values of honesty, excellence, and service you have imbibed from Foye. As you go out, the world awaits you. As you go out, the world that awaits you is one in which only the innovative and creative will thrive. Rather than seek jobs as employees, create opportunities and create wealth. Be agents of positive change in your communities and beyond. Remember that the education you have received is not only a privilege but a responsibility to contribute meaningfully to yourself, your families, your circle, and society at large. As we celebrate this convocation, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to the vision and mission of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Together, let us build a future defined by excellence, innovation, and service. Congratulations once again to all our graduates, their families and friends, and the entire university community. To God Almighty be the glory for the past, present, and future achievements. My appreciation to Mr. President for his support, members of the University Council for their resilience and transparency, especially during the appointment process for the Vice-Chancellor, the University Librarian, and other high-ranking officers of the university. The rigorous and keenly contested process produced Professor Joshua Olalekon Ogunwole as the 5th substantive Vice-Chancellor, who will be assuming office, I think, by Wednesday next week. So, Professor Ogunwole, just be patient. The days are getting closer. Dr. Jide Olabode as the university librarian. Mr. President, I want to especially thank you for this trust in us, your non-interference in the process, and your message to me, I do not have any special candidate, just do it right. Let me use this opportunity to especially appreciate the concerted and visible efforts of our enigmatic, ebullient, gregarious, and indefatigable Vice-Chancellor, Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashimi. As the curtain falls on his most remarkable 5-year tenure in Fuye, he has indeed been a successful tenure by every measure. I also extend my congratulations to the Vice-Chancellor designate, Professor Ogunwole, on his and physical planning on their appointments. I sincerely thank you for honoring our invitation and gracing this 10th convocation ceremony. I hope when next we call on you, you'll find time to honor us again. I wish you all safe journeys back to your respective destinations. God bless Federal University Oye Ekiti. God bless Ekiti State. God bless the Federal University of Nigeria. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time to admit the graduates to first degree, diploma, postgraduate diploma, and postgraduate degrees. On that note, will the graduates for the bachelor degree in the Faculty of Agriculture please stand and remain standing? Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appear on appropriate pages of this procure have fulfilled the requirement of the status and the regulation of Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted to the Bachelor of Agriculture in Agricultural Economics and Extension, Animal Production and Health, Crop Science and Horticulture, Soil Science and Land Resources Management, Fishery and Aquaculture, Bachelor of Science in Food Science and Technology, Water Resources Management and Agrometeorology. I now call on the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Segun B. Fakayode, to present the candidate.
The Chancellor, sir, in the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure. Those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of bachelor's degree in agriculture of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confer on you and all and severally the Bachelor of Degrees in Agriculture of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
Will the graduate for the bachelor degree in Faculty of Arts please stand and remain standing? Chancellor, sir, this person whose name appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and regulations of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted to Bachelor of Arts degree in English and Literary Studies, Theatre and Media Art, History and International Relations, Linguistics, and Languages. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Arts, Professor Bifatife Adeseye, to present the candidate.
Chancellor, sir. In the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure. Those present and those who are unavoidably absent and for whom I stand proxy for the award of bachelor's degrees in arts of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confirm you and all severally the Bachelor of Degree in Arts of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
Will the graduates for the bachelor degree in the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies stand and remain standing? The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and regulations of Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into the Bachelor of Science degree in Mass Communication. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Professor Reverend Sister Chika Ashogwa, to present the candidates.
The Chancellor, sir, in the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Science degree in Mass Communication of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confirm you and all severally the Bachelor of Degrees in Mass Communication of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
Will the graduate for the Bachelor of Science degree in Faculty of Computing please stand and remain standing? The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and regulations of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Computing, Professor Gabriel Ogunleye, to present the candidates.
The Chancellor, sir, in the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure.
those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand prosing for the award of Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confirm you and all severally the Faculty of Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science of Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduates for the Bachelor of Engineering degree in Faculty of Computer and Information Engineering, please stand and remain standing. The Chancellor, sir, this person whose name appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and regulations of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be admitted into the Bachelor of Engineering degree in Computer Engineering. And I call on the Acting Dean of Faculty of Computer and Information Engineering, Dr. Aladejobi Esoboale, to present the candidates.
The Chancellor, sir. In the name of an authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of bachelor's degree in engineering of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confirm you and all severally the Bachelor of Engineering degrees in Computer Engineering of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for the Bachelor degree in the Faculty of Education, please stand and remain standing. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appear on the appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and regulations of Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be admitted into the Bachelor of Education degree in Agricultural Education, Biology Education, Business Education, Chemistry Education, Educational Management, English Education, Literary and Information, Library and Information Science, and Mathematics Education. And I call on the Acting Dean, Faculty of Education, Dr. Sunday A. Adenina, to present the candidate.
The Vice Chancellor, sir. In the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of the brochure, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for which I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Education degrees of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confirm you all and severally the Bachelor of Education degrees in the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
Will the graduate for the Bachelor of Engineering degree in Faculty of Engineering please stand and remain standing? The Chancellor, sir, this person whose name appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and the regulations of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into the Bachelor of Engineering degree in Agriculture and Bioresources Engineering, Civil Engineering, Computer Engineering, Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, metallurgical and material engineering, and mechatronics engineering. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Professor Adesoji M. Olaniyan, to present the candidates.
Chancellor, sir, in the name of the authority and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate page of this brochure. Those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of bachelor degree in engineering of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confer on you and all severally the Bachelor of Engineering degrees of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for the Bachelor of Law degree in the Faculty of Law, please stand and remain standing. The pioneer student of law. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose names appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and regulations of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be admitted to Bachelor of Law degrees. I now call on the Acting Dean, Faculty of Law, Dr. Adeola Okende, to present the candidates.
The Chancellor, sir, in the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of bachelor's degree in laws of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
Mr. Visitor, sir, these are the first set of law graduates of this university, and they'll be going to law school in September this year. By the authority of Senate, I confer you and not severally the Bachelor of Law degrees of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for the Bachelor of Science degree in Faculty of Life Sciences, licensed degree, please stand and remain standing. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appeared on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and regulations of Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into Bachelor of Science degree in Animal and Environmental Biology, Biochemistry, Microbiology, Plant Science, and Biotechnology. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, Professor Bashiru O. Ajiboye, to present the candidates.
In the name of and authority of the Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Science degree in Life Sciences of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confer on you and all and severally the Bachelor of Degrees in Science of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
Will the graduate for the Bachelor of Science degrees in Faculty of Management Sciences please stand and remain standing? The Chancellor, sir, These persons whose names appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and the regulation of Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be admitted into the Bachelor of Science in Accounting, Banking and Finance, Business Administration, and Public Administration. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Rotimi Oladele, to present the candidates.
In the name and of the authority of the Senate, I present to you the candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Science degrees in the Faculty of Management Sciences.
By the authority of Senate, I confer you all and severally the Bachelor of Science degree in Management Sciences programs of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for the Bachelor of Science degree in Faculty of Physical Sciences, please stand and remain standing. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose names appear on the appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and regulation of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be admitted in the Bachelor of Science degree in Chemistry, Computer Science, Geology, Geophysics, Industrial Chemistry, Mathematics, Microbiology, and Physics. And now call on the Dean of Physical Sciences, Faculty of Physical Sciences, Professor Cecilia O. Akintayo, to present the candidates.
The Chancellor, sir. In the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on pages 157 to 172 of this brochure. Those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Science degree in Physical Sciences of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confirm you all and severally the Bachelor of Degree in Physical Sciences of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduates for the Bachelor of Science degree in Faculty of Social Sciences, please stand and remain standing. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose names appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and regulation of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be admitted into the Bachelor of Science degree in Criminology and Security Studies, Demography and Social Statistics, Economics and Development Studies, Peace and Conflict Studies, Political Science, Psychology, and Sociology. Little amendments. The graduate of Demography and Social Statistics are presented as Criminology on page 180 of the program. So there's an error there. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Sunday A. Adedini, to present the candidates.
The Chancellor, sir. In the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages, particularly pages 173 to 211 in this brochure. Those present and those who are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Science degrees in Social Sciences of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti. By the authority of Senate, I confer on you all and severally the Bachelor of Science degrees in Social Sciences of Federal University, Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for the Bachelor of Science degree in the College of Medicine, please stand and remain standing. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and the regulation of Federal University of Oye Ekiti and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into the Bachelor of Science degree in Anatomy and Physiology. I now call on the Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Olusola A. Adeyo, to present the candidates.
The Chancellor, sir, in the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of this brochure, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, for whom I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Science degrees of Federal University, Oye Ekiti.
By the authority of Senate, I confer on you and all severally the Bachelor of Science degree of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for the master's degree in the School of Postgraduate Studies, please stand and remain standing. Including master's degree in business school. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirement of the statutes and regulations of the School of Postgraduate Studies and Business School, Federal University of Oye Ekiti, and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into master's degree of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. And I call on the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Babatope Alabada, to present the candidates.
In the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed on the appropriate pages of these brochures. Those present and those that are unavoidably absent, and for whom I stand proxy for the award of master's degree of the Federal University, Oye.
By the authority of Senate, I confer on you and all severally the master's degree of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for the postgraduate diploma in School of Postgraduate Studies, please stand and remain standing. The Chancellor, sir, these persons whose names appear on appropriate pages of this brochure have fulfilled the requirements of the statutes and regulations of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Federal University of Oye Ekiti, and have been found worthy, both in character and learning, to be admitted into postgraduate diploma of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti. And I call on the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Babatope Alabada, to present the candidates.
the Chancellor, sir, in the name of and the authority of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose names are listed in the appropriate pages of these brochures, those present and those who are unavoidably absent, for whom I stand proxy for the award of postgraduate diploma of Federal University, Oye Ekiti. By the authority of Senate, I confer you and severally the postgraduate diploma of Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
With the graduate for Doctor of Philosophy degree in the School of Postgraduate Studies, including the Doctor of Business Administration and Doctor of Public Administration in Business School, please stand and remain standing. Chancellor, sir, these persons whose name appear, proper pages of this brochure, have fulfilled the requirement of the status of the regulation of the School of Postgraduate Studies and the Business School of Federal University of Oye Ekiti, and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into Doctor of Philosophy degrees, Doctor of Management, Doctor of Business Management, Doctor of Public Administration of Federal University of Oye Ekiti. And I call on the Dean, Faculty of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Babatope Alabada, to present the candidates. And thereafter, we'll come out when I want to have our sake with the Vice Chancellor.
Sir, in the name of Senate, I present to you the following candidates whose name appear on the appropriate pages of the brochures, having fulfilled the requirement and status of and requirement of the School of Postgraduate Study, Federal University, Oye Ekiti, and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, and that there are those who are present and those who are unavoidably absent, for whom I stand proxy for the award of Doctor of Philosophy, degree of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti. By the authority of Senate, I confer on you and severally the Doctor of Philosophy, PhD degree of Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations.
Dr. Afolabi Abayomi Adetoro, please come out as I mention your name. Dr. Afolabi Abayomi Adetoro, Jayoba Martina Segun, Adeboyega Damlola Fumilola, Auta Ibrahim, Fosudo Yetunde Abiola, Bade Afuye Tony Beatrice, Bolarundulo Adedayo Kende, Adedayo Adeola Abiola, Adeogo John Olusegun, Adebiyi Ayodele Daniel, Alakofa Catherine Oluseyi, Anidiobu Choma Oluchi, Edward Osu and Victor, Fasesa Olabisi, Ikusemoro, Olanewaju Moses, Oluwalana, Yeyisayo, Abosede, Umoru Thaddeus, Akikome Sunday Ayodele, Debo Ajaguna, Adebolale Adekamisola, Fademi Felix Olawale, Falana Samuel Oluwafemi, Jonah Dennis Ebion, Ojabiyi Olumuyiwa Christopher, Olufade Folasade, Caroline Olúbadé David Káyọ̀dé Sanusi. Sanusi Emmanuel Olúwatósìn. Bọ́lájí Adéògo Adéọlá.
Ọmọ mi ṣorere tí a dára o. Ọmọ mi kan ṣe bí tí a dára o. Ọmọ mi ṣorere tí a dára o.
Ọládayọ̀ John.
Ọmọ mi kan ṣe bí tí a dára o. Ìyá mi máa ṣorere gbàdúrà fún mi. Bàbá mi máa ṣorere gbàdúrà fún mi. Ọmọ tẹ́ bá hùwà burúkú wá ní ẹ̀rẹ̀ ló kàn. Ọmọ tẹ́ bá hùwà burúkú wá ní bàbá rẹ̀ ló kàn. Ìyá mi fọ̀nà tó dá wọn mi láyé. Bàbá mi fọ̀nà tó dá wọn mi láyé. Ayé tí mo wà yìí kò máa yé mi o. Ẹ̀yin ni Ọlọ́run kejì mi láyé. Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká. Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká tí mo bá kàwé mi.
Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká.
Tí mo bá kàwé mi.
Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká.
Tí mo bá kàwé mi.
Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká.
Tí mo bá kàwé mi.
Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká.
Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká. Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká. Tí mo bá kàwé mi o.
Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká.
Tí mo bá kàwé mi o.
Bàtà mi adùn kókó ká.
The Chancellor, sir, I now have the honor to present to you the following graduates and those who, for good reason, are unavoidably absent and for whom I stand proxy, who have distinguished themselves by winning special prizes in their respective fields of study during the 2024-25 academic session. I would like to start with the overall best graduating student for 2024-25 academic session, Adeniyi Mariam Adedolapo, with the CGPA of 0.89.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my family, especially my children, they've decided they contributed money that they are giving out 500,000 naira.
Adeniyi Mariam Adedolapo is also the best graduating student in anatomy. So the best graduating student in chemistry education, Salahuddin Waliya Adikewusola. The best graduating student in criminology and security studies, Oluwaseun Success Olufunmilayo. The best graduating student in electrical and electronic in Faculty of Engineering, Ojo Precious Ayomide. The best graduating student, Faculty of Arts, Abidoye Jalili Kehinde. The best graduating student in Faculty of Agriculture, Adeoye, sign up Adeola. The best graduating student in Faculty of Management Sciences, Abrasak Abib Oluwapamilerin. The best graduating student in Faculty of Life Sciences, Adebayo Adedamola Miracle. The best graduating student in the Faculty of Life Sciences, Akinwa Olasunkami Motorayo. The best graduating student in Communication and Media Studies, Adelekun Mary Adeola. The best graduating student in Faculty of Law, Adebayo Mafelosh Oluwafemi. Departmental best graduating student for Faculty of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, Agricultural Economics and Extension, Osulaja Tohib Omabawale. Department of Animal Production and Health, Assis Mumola. Department of Crop Science and Horticulture, Okadotun Oluwadamilola Precious. Department of Food Science and Technology, Oyenuga Oluwatosin Modupeluwa. Department of Hospitality and Tourism Management, Oladapo Olufunke Temitope. Department of Soil Science and Land Resources Management, Papatunde Nifemi Gladys. The best graduating student in Water Resources and Management, and Agriculturology, Adeoye, sign up Adeola. Faculty of Arts, the best graduating student in English and Literary Studies, Oguntuase Favour Ayomide. The best graduating student in History and International Studies, Olayinka Oluwapelumi Emmanuel. The best graduating student in Linguistics and Languages, Bamidele Anoluwapo Praise. The best graduating student in Philosophy, Abidoye Jelili Akande. Student in Religious Studies, Adeoye Iyabo Mary. The best graduate student in Department of Theatre and Media Art, Okeanu Grace Amarachi. Basic Medical Sciences. The best graduate student in Anatomy, Adeniyi Miriam Adedolapo. Department of Physiology, Akindoye Precious Oluwapelumi. Communication and Media Studies, Department of Mass Communication, Adelekun Mary Adeola. In Faculty of Computing, the best graduate student in Computer Science, Adefuwa IC Oluwabukolami. Computer and Information Engineering, the best graduating student in Computer Engineering, Ehiamen Michael Femi. Faculty of Education, the best graduation student in Adult Education, Tiamiyu Boluwatife. The best graduating student in Agricultural Education, Balogun Damilola Samuel. The best graduate student in Business Education, Oye Kanwu Masi Chinasa. The best graduate student in Biology Education, Oluwabayo Deborah Oluwakomide. The best graduate student in chemistry education, Salaudin Walia Adikewusola. The best graduate student in economics education, Jima Baraka Damilola. The best graduate student in educational management, Okwanuga Oluwapelumi Aderonke. The best graduate. All students should not leave the hall. Don't leave the hall. Please remain seated. Don't allow students to go out. Please. We have not finished the program. Students are to return to their seats. Please don't go out. The best graduating student in education technology, Adewumi Tosin. The best student in English language education, Lennox Blossom Chico. The best graduate student in English language education.
Please, the students should realize the fact that if you have not done a procession out of this hall, your certificates, you are not yet a graduate. So sit, don't leave until the procession after this program. Please, we are appealing to you.
The best graduate student in guardian and counseling, Sanyaolu Christiana Bukola. The best graduate student in health education, Alfred Fumilayo Temitope. The best graduate student in human kinetics, James Cyril Leus. The best graduate student in library and information studies, science, Olayinka Uria Dolapo. The best graduate student in mathematics education, Oladipo David Fiboluwa. The best graduate student in physics education, Adeyemi Suliat Boluwatife. Faculty of Engineering. The best graduate student in agricultural engineering, Lawa Jonathan Oladipupo. The best graduate student in civil engineering, William Kayode Samuel. The best graduate student in electrical and electronic engineering, Ojo Precious Ayomide. The best graduate student in mechanical engineering, Omosoje Emmanuel Eromansele. The best graduate student in material and metallurgical engineering, Ajayi Ayokunle Efemana. The best graduate student in mechatronics engineering, Okutoye Ayomide Oluwatobi. The best graduate student in law, Adedayo Marvelous Oluwafemi. Life sciences, the best graduate student in animal and environmental biology, Karim Afsat Temitope. The best graduate student in biochemistry, Abiodun Rachel Olatumake. The best graduate student in environmental management and toxicology, Uwoke Precious Life Chidera. The best graduate student in plant science and biotechnology, Adenina Jemima Ibukumide Management Sciences. Best graduate student in accounting, Abrasad Abib Oluwapamileni. The best graduate student in business administration, Adeyo Tohib Olamide. Two students are the best graduate students in finance, One, Adenira Lawrence Adedayo. And the second one, Elesa Success Oye Ekiti. The best graduate student in public administration, Olubadun Ayobami Olakunle, physical sciences. The best graduate student in Fayemi Olatorela Sarah. The best graduate student in geology, Okechukwu Anita Okeji. The best graduate student in geophysics, Oko Segun Taiwo. The best graduate student in general chemistry, Adebayo Adedamola Miracle. The best graduate student in microbiology, Akiwa Olu Olasukami Motorayo. The best graduate student in mathematics, Oluwadaisi Sefumi. The best graduate student in physics, Okunlenu Abid Temitope. The best graduate student in statistics, Lawansi Ololade Anike. Social sciences. The best graduate student in criminology and security study, Oluwaseun Success Oluwafunlayo. The best graduate student in demography and statistics, Akibola Moise Bolahan. The best graduate student in economics and development studies, Aderemi Serifat Kola. The best graduate student in peace and conflict studies, Kusimo Enoch Bochiwoluwa. The best graduate student in public in political science, Olasupo Abdulateef Babatunde. The best graduate student in psychology, Aladeyelu Adesola Odiade. And the best graduate student in sociology, Aderoju Daniel Ole.
Bàbá mi máa ṣeun rere, gbàdúrà fún mi. Màmá mi máa ṣeun rere, gbàdúrà fún mi. Ayé tí mo wà yìí kò máa yé mi o.
In addition to this, we have prizes instituted by individual and corporate organizations. One is Royal Majesty Dr. Matthew Alaji Okwaluwa Oguche. Second, the Atai Gala and the President, Kogi State Traditional Ruler, is giving out 150,000 for the best graduate student in business administration, 75,000 for second best graduate student in business administration, and 50,000 to the third best student, graduate student in business administration. We have late engineer Ebenezer Agbola Fashina is giving 50,000 cash prizes for the best graduate student in Faculty of Agriculture and Department of Soil Science and Land Management. Number 3, Mr. Ademola Ayodele is giving cash award of 50,000 for the best graduate student in Faculty of Management Sciences and 50,000 for the best graduate student in Faculty of Finance, in Department of Finance. We also have Professor Sola Omotola is giving out cash award of 50,000 to the best graduate student in Department of Political Science and best female graduate student in the Department of Political Science. We also have Sir Stephen Ojo Oribamise is giving out 100,000 cash prize for the overall best graduate student of the university. Also, Sir Stephen Ojo Oribamise is giving out 50,000 cash prize to the best graduating student in the Department of Psychology. Lady Victoria Modupe Oribamise is giving out 50,000 cash prize to the best graduating student in the Department of Chemistry Education. The Foyer alumni is giving out cash award of 100,000 to the overall best graduating student in the university. Professor Olupokola Oyawoye is giving 50,000 cash award to the best female graduating student in the Department of Microbiology and the best female graduating student in the Faculty of Science. Also, we have late Dr. Dokas Babatunde cash award of the best graduating student in forensic accounting, 100,000, and 50,000 to best graduating student in Faculty of Management Sciences. We also have late Chief Pius Ejima Asogwa Memorial Cash Award of 50,000 naira for the best graduating student in the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies. Also, we have late Usman Tajuddin Alatishe Opola Cash Award of 50,000 naira for the best graduating student in the Department of Linguistics and Languages. We also have Dr. Stephen Alabama Gaji cash prize for the overall best graduating student in the Department of Computer Science, 25,000 naira. The Foyer Muslim community is giving out 50,000 naira to the best male graduating Muslim student and 50,000 naira to the best female graduating Muslim student. Also, we have Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju cash award of 250,000 to the best graduating student in the Faculty of Computing and Information Engineering. In fact, he has paid for 10 years. And we have our own professor, Chief Wole Olanipekun. He has dropped something very important, very huge for the best graduating student in the Faculty of Law. Our Chairman of Council, distinguished Senator Victor Ndoma Egba, SAN, is giving 500,000 to the best overall graduating student and 250,000 naira to the best graduating student in Faculty of Law. Also, the President Oye Progressive Union is giving out 100,000 to the best graduating student in law. Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of Federal University Oye Ekiti have jointly agreed, in line with the statute, to confer honorary degrees of this university on the following distinguished personalities: Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, Sultan of Sokoto, His Imperial Majesty Oni Adeyeye Enita Ogunwusi Ojaja II, the Oni of Ife, His Royal Majesty Oba Sir Michael Oluwole Ademalaju Adugbole III, Oloye of Oye, Walter Samuel Nkanu Onoge, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Most Reverend Matthew Kuka, Bishop of Sokoto, Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti have found Alhaji Muhammadu Saad Abubakar III, Sultan of Sokoto, worthy to be conferred with the degree of Doctor of Public Administration, honorary causa. I have the honor, therefore, to request Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III or his representative, Sultan of Sokoto, to please step forward to the front for the conferment ceremony. Okay, one, not 2 months.
On behalf of this great institution, we will respectfully present this to His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto. Congratulations.
The Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of the University have found His Imperial Majesty Oni Adeyeye Nitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, the Oni of Ile-Ife, worthy to be conferred with the degree of Doctor of Public Administration, honorary causa. I have the honor, therefore, to request His Imperial Majesty Oni Adeyeye Nitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, the Oni of Ife, or his representative, to please step to the front for the conferment ceremony. The Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of the University have found His Royal Majesty Oba Sir Michael Oluwole Ademolaju Adugbole III, Oloye of Oye, or his representative, worthy for the conferment with the degree of Doctor of Public Administration, honorary causa. I have the honor, therefore, to request His Royal Majesty Oba Sir Michael Oluwole Ademolaju Adugbole III, Oloye of Oye, or his representative, to please step forward to the front for the conferment ceremony.
Sir, Chancellor.
Okay, Karabiesi, on behalf of this great institution, you are deservedly awarded this honorary degree. Congratulations. Take for
The Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti have found Walter Samuel Nkanu Onoge, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, worthy to be conferred with the degree of Doctor of Philosophy honorary causa. I have the honor, therefore, to request Walter Samuel Nkanu Onoge, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, to please step forward to the front for the conferment ceremony. Professor Aderigbe.
It gives me the pleasure to read the citation of Honorable Mr. Justice Samuel Nkanu Onoge, Chief Justice of Nigeria, 10th November 2016 to 20th May 2019. Honorable Mr. Justice Walter Samuel Nkanu Onoge stands as a distinguished figure in Nigeria jurisprudence, widely respected for his unwavering commitment to the rule of law, judicial excellence, and national service. Born on 22nd December 1950 in Okurike Town, Cross River State, his journey from humble beginnings to the pinnacle of Nigeria's judicial reflects dedication, discipline, and a lifelong pursuit of legal scholarship. His early education took place in Ghana, where he attended Odogomo Secondary School and Accra Academy. He went on to earn an LLB with second-class upper division honors from the University of Ghana in 1977. This follows a Bachelor of Laws BL from the Nigerian Law School in 1978, completing his formal training with distinction. Justice Onoge began his professional career in 1979 with national service as a pupil state counsel at the Lagos State Ministry of Justice. He later moved into private legal practice, serving as a partner at Effiong Ekong and Company in Calabar before establishing his own firm, Walter Onoge and Associates, in 1988. His judicial career commenced in August 1989 with his appointment as a judge of the High Court of Cross River State. His rise through the judiciary was steady and marked by merit. He was appointed a justice of the Court of Appeal in November 1998 and elevated to the Supreme Court of Nigeria in June 2005. Between 2013 and 2016, he also served concurrently as a justice of the Supreme Court of the Gambia, further underscoring his regional judicial influence. His career reached its highest point with his appointment as Chief Justice of Nigeria in November 2016 and his subsequent confirmation as Substantive Chief Justice in March 2017, a position he held until May 2019. Beyond his core judiciary duties, Justice Onoge rendered extensive service to the Nigerian legal system. He chaired key tribunals, including the Cross River State Armed Robbery and Firearms Tribunal and the Failed Banks Tribunal in Ibadan, and presided over the Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee as Deputy Chairman of the National Judicial Council and Vice Chairman of the Board of Governors of the National Judicial Institute. He played a pivotal role in judicial administration, education, and reform. His membership of the body of benchers and status as a life bencher further attests to his enduring contributions to legal ethics and professional standards in Nigeria. Justice Onoge was also deeply committed to judicial education and international legal engagement. His scholarly engagement is reflected in the wide range of papers he presented on critical issues, including judicial ethics, electoral justice, the fight against corruption, and healthcare ethics in Africa. These contributions underscore his sustained engagement with contemporary legal and societal challenges and his belief in the judiciary as a vital instrument for social justice and good governance. Justice Onoge's distinguished service has been further recognized through numerous prestigious honors. He received national awards, including the Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON, the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, and the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, CGCON. In addition, he was admitted as a fellow of leading professional bodies, notably the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, and the National Judicial Institute. His international recognition includes the award of the Michael Hill Prize for Reform for Criminal Law in Canada and his appointment as an honorary professor at the University of South Africa in 2025. Guided by the enduring principle that both the government and the governed are subject to the rule of law, Justice Onoge's career exemplifies integrity, intellectual rigor, and unwavering dedication to justice. His legacy continues to inspire the legal community, reinforced by the caliber of distinguished referees associated with his career. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Honorable Mr. Justice Walter Samuel Nkanu, Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON, Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, FCI, ARB, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, FNIALS, Fellow of the National Justice of Institute, FNJI.
I hereby observe that the Council of this university confer you honorary doctor causa of law of this university. Congratulations, sir.
Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti have found Matthew Asankuka, Bishop of Sokoto, worthy to be conferred with degree of Doctor of Literature, honorary causa. I have the honor, therefore, to request Matthew Asankuka, Bishop of Sokoto, to please step forward to the front for the conferment ceremony. Professor Reverend Sister Chika Asogwa is to present to.
Just abridge it.
The Chancellor, sir, I present to you the citation of my spiritual father, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Bishop of Catholic Diocese of Sokoto. Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka is recognized as a person of considerable intellectual, spiritual, and civic importance, both within Nigeria and on the global platform. The comprehensive documentation of his life's work demonstrates a distinctive integration of theological insight, scholarly precision, and a steadfast dedication to the principles of peace, justice, and national development. His professional experience serves as a testament to a career devoted to service across various domains. Commencing his career within the frameworks of the Catholic Church as an associate parish priest, lecturer, dean of students, and rector, he progressed to prominent positions such as special assistant to the cardinal, culminating in his appointment as Secretary General of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. Consequently, he emerged as an essential asset to the Nigerian state, participating in significant national organizations, including the Human Rights Violation Investigation Commission, Oputa Panel, the National Political Reform Conference in the capacity of secretary, the Electoral Reform Committee, and acting as a presidential facilitator for the reconciliation process between Ogoniland and Shell. The profile of Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka exemplifies a notable synthesis of faith, scholarship, and action. The contact details located at number 1 Luanda Crescent, Abuja, represent both a physical and ethical point of reference from which he has interacted with communities and governmental bodies and international organizations. Bishop Kuka has many spiritual children, and I'm representing all of them today. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I present to you Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka for the honorary doctoral award.
By the power vested in me as Chancellor and by the authority of Senate and Council, I confer to you the degree of Doctor of Literature, honorary causa of Federal University of Oye Ekiti. Congratulations, sir.
Chancellor, sir, I hereby invite those universities and other institutions that have sent messages of congratulations and goodwill to us on the occasion of the 10th Convocation ceremony of the Federal University of Oye Ekiti to present their messages of goodwill in scroll or letters, shake hands with the Vice Chancellor, and return to their seats. I would like to call them one after the other, starting from the representative of the Committee of Vice Chancellor. Representative of the Committee of Vice Chancellor. Followed by Federal University of Technology, Akure. Landmark University, Umuano. Redeemers University, Ede. University of Ilorin. Achipa University, Owo. Afebabalola University, Ado Ekiti. Lagos State University of Education. Joint Admission and Matriculation Board. Ladoke Akita University of Technology, Ogbomoso. Ekiti State Ekiti. Federal University of Health Sciences, Ilorin-Ogun. Olusegun Agagu University of Science and Technology. Bamidele Olumiluwa University of Education, Science and Technology. University of Abuja. Lagos State University of Science and Technology. Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe. Federal Polytechnic, Ilaro. And Benete University, Iloro.
The Pro-Chancellor, distinguished guests, I'm here to represent Shiwole Olalepepo SAN, apart from representing myself as Vice Chancellor for Olabisi Onabanjo University. Shiwole Olalepepo SAN has pledged a hall for this university to be redeemed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chancellor, sir, I have the honor and privilege to call on the best graduating student to deliver a valedictory address on behalf of the graduate.
Alhamdulillah. All praise is due to Allah who has made it possible for us to be seated here today to witness this remarkable occasion. Good day, everyone. To the Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, and all principal officers, the visitor, the Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, and all principal officers, distinguished members of the Senate, honorable guests, the Provost College of Medicine, deans of faculties, heads of departments, our respected lecturers, proud parents, guardians, and my incredible classmates, I express a profound gratitude. Standing here today, I feel a deep mix of humility and awe, not just because I am delivering this speech, but because of the journey that brought us all to this moment. First and foremost, I return all glory to Almighty Allah, the author of my story, the one who made what seemed impossible possible. There were days I was tired, days I was stretched, days I questioned myself, but Allah sustained me through them all. For His mercy, guidance, and strength, I am forever grateful. To my parents, Alhaji Kozim Adeniyi and Mrs. Aminat Adeniyi, my backbone, my covering, my greatest support system, thank you. Thank you for your strength, your sacrifices, and your silent labor. Thank you for working hard to provide opportunities you may not have had yourself. Thank you for being a pillar I could stand on confidently, knowing you were always rooting for me. Your support gave me stability, and your belief in my future pushed me forward, even in moments you said little but did so much. And to my first teacher, my mother, long before I understood what academic excellence meant, she had already planted its seeds. She was the one who took us to lesson classes, the one who sat us down with our books, especially during exam periods, ensuring we read whether we felt like it or not. At the time, it felt like pressure, but today I understand it was preparation. She built the reading spirit in us, she built discipline in us, she built the academic foundation I stand on today. Mom and Dad, this achievement is not mine alone, it is ours. To the leadership of our great institution, Federal University of Oye Ekiti, under the administration of Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashino, thank you for fostering an environment where students can grow, excel, and thrive. To my Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Olushola Atilade Adeyo, thank you for your guidance and commitment to academic excellence within our faculty. To my head of department, Dr. Ogedengbe Oluwatosin Olalekan, my supervisor, mentor, and one of my greatest academic pillars. Thank you, sir. You did not just teach me, you refined me. You challenged me to think deeper, work harder, and aim higher. Your support, patience, and belief in my abilities played a huge role in shaping my academic journey. I am deeply grateful. To my level advisor, Dr. Oyeleke Abiodun, thank you for your guidance and steady leadership throughout our time in this department. To all my lecturers, Mr. Tohib, Mr. Ibiwandumi, Mr. Victor, Mrs. Alao, and many others, thank you for pouring knowledge into us and shaping the scholars we are today. To my friends and classmates and all graduating students, where do I even begin? We shared lecture halls, exam tension, group discussions, deadlines, laughter, inside jokes, and moments that only we will ever truly understand. You made this journey lighter, you made the stress bearable. I especially appreciate John Adioti, my very the person I respect so much, Sister Mida, Abiba, Lisbeth, Eniola, Profikayo, Brotimi, and so many others who made this journey memorable. As I look at us today, robed and radiant, I realize this moment represents more than great. It represents resilience, sacrifice, discipline, and faith. Being named valedictorian is an honor I hold with deep humility. I stand here as proof that excellence is possible when faith meets hard work and when you refuse to give up on your vision. As we step into the next phase of our lives, the world will not only ask what we know, it will ask who we are. So let us be known not just for our certificates, but for our character, not just for our intelligence, but for our impact, not just for our success, but for our service. Class of 2025, We did it. We rose, we endured, and we conquered. And wherever life takes us next, may we continue to shine and make our families, our university, and ourselves proud. Thank you, and congratulations to us all.
Just now, the National Association of Women in Academics is presenting 50,000 naira to the best, overall best graduate student. The Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of Federal University, Oye Ekiti, have jointly agreed, in line with the statutes, to confer Professor Emeritus on the following former Vice Chancellor of the university: Professor Chinedu Nebo, Professor Isaac Asusu, and Professor Kayode Soremekun. The Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of the Federal University of Ekiti have found Professor Chinedu Nebo, the pioneer Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Ekiti, worthy to be conferred with the Professor Emeritus of the university. I have the honor, therefore, to request Professor Chinedu Nebo or his representative to please step forward to the front for the conferment ceremony.
On behalf of the University Senate and Council, we hereby present to you Professor Emeritus of this university. Congratulations, sir.
The Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of the University have found Professor Isaac Asusu, the second substantive Vice Chancellor of the University, worthy to be conferred with Professor Emeritus of the University. I have the honor, therefore, to request Professor Isaac Asusu or his representative to please step forward to the front for the conferment ceremony. The Chancellor, sir, the Senate and Council of Federal University of Ekiti have found Professor Kayode Soremekun, the third substantive Vice Chancellor of the university, worthy to be conferred with Professor Emeritus. I have the honor, therefore, to request Professor Kayode Soremekun or his representative to please step forward to the front for the conferment ceremony.
On behalf of senators of this university, we hereby present to you Emeritus Professor position of this university. Congratulations.
The Chancellor, sir, I have the honor and privilege to invite Mr. Taye A. Ojo, the President, Alumni Association of Federal University of Ekiti, to admit the graduate into Foye alumni.
The Chancellor and other distinguished guests on the high table, let all graduates rise, please. All graduates within and outside the auditorium rise. On behalf of the Alumni Association, we welcome you, congratulate you warmly on this auspicious occasion. Welcome to the Alumni Association. Congratulations.
I've just been requested to quickly recognize the presence of some guests here, starting from the Honorable Comrade Sunday Stefan, the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on Student Engagement. Dr. Unka Obisong, FSI, Director, SS Ekiti State. Joseph Irabo, Ekiti State Commissioner of Police. Okay, Joseph Iribo, sorry. All royal fathers and regents who are here present, we recognize all of you. All the council members, you are all recognized. All the Senate members, you are all recognized. And I want to especially recognize our mommy, the wife of the outgoing Vice Chancellor, Associate Professor Posedi Fasina. On that note, the Vice Chancellor, the Chancellor, sir, I have the honor to call upon the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and visitor to the Federal University of Oye Ekiti, His Excellency, Professor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who is ably represented by the Executive Secretary of National University Commission, to address the convocation.
The Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council, our Convocation lecturer, who is also an honorary awardee this afternoon, other honorary awardees, including the former Chief Justice of the Federation, Justice Walter Nagen, who is here, other awardees that are represented, including the Sultan of Sokoto and the Oloye of Oye Ekiti. Members of Council, visiting Vice Chancellors, Provosts, Rectors, and Registrars, Our Royal Majesties present here, heads of security agencies, members of Senate, congregation, and convocation, graduating students, staff, and students of Federal University Oye Ekiti, our proud parents that are present, I must not fail to mention the incoming part of members of management, the DVC Strategic Partnerships, who is also the incoming Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, members of press, ladies and gentlemen. This is the convocation addressed by the visitor to the university, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, at the 10th Convocation Ceremony of the Federal University Oye Ekiti, Ekiti State, held on Saturday, 7th February 2026. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this historic occasion, marking the 10th Convocation Ceremony of Federal University Oye Ekiti. I heartily rejoice with the entire university community on this memorable milestone. I commend the Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, and members of the Governing Council, Vice Chancellor, university management, staff, and students for the remarkable achievements recorded since the establishment of this university. I am informed that FUE has emerged one of Nigeria's fastest growing universities in just over a decade. This is truly commendable and reflects the quality of leadership and management that the university has enjoyed over the years. I congratulate the graduates and awardees on the successful completion of their various programs of study. You have been found worthy in character and learning, and the nation, your parents, guardians, and teachers are proud of you. I challenge you to deploy the knowledge and skills and competencies acquired here as solid pillars upon which you will build meaningful and productive lives. Quality education remains a critical driver of personal advancement and national development. The federal government recognizes this and is committed to ensuring equitable access to education through pragmatic funding mechanisms and realistic policies. While we are not oblivious of the challenges confronting the education sector, particularly higher education, my administration has taken deliberate steps to reposition the sector for improved outcomes. These steps include the operationalization of the National Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, through which over 120 billion naira has been disbursed to support indigent students in Nigerian universities, including FUE, this university. The approval of an interest-free staff loan scheme for university personnel, and the successful conclusion of renegotiations with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, culminating in the signing of a new agreement. The FGN ASU agreement provides for a 40% salary increase for academic staff, enhanced pension benefits, a revamped university funding framework with dedicated provisions for research, libraries, laboratories, equipment, and staff development, as well as strengthening university autonomy and academic freedom, including elected academic leadership at levels of the deans and provosts. The agreement has also paved the way for negotiations with other university-based unions, underscoring our administration's commitment to quality tertiary education. Furthermore, the exit of public universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education from the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System, IPS, has been approved to enhance institutional autonomy in personnel and payroll management. While the decision presents its own challenges, I urge institutional leaders to demonstrate discipline, accountability, and innovation in managing these new responsibilities. I also call on university-based unions to engage in deeper self-reflection in addressing challenges within the university system. Practices such as extortion, plagiarism, and other forms of academic misconduct are unacceptable. Collective action is required to preserve the integrity of our institutions. Our universities must continually adapt to the rapidly evolving demands of the 21st century, driven largely by technological advancement. Institutions of higher learning must anticipate disruptions, embrace innovation, and remain at the forefront of research, teaching, and community service. Demand-driven research that addresses societal challenges and improves the quality of life must remain central to the university mandate. I commend the Federal University of Oye Ekiti for sustaining academic stability and ensuring minimal disruption to the academic calendar, an achievement worthy of emulation. I am informed that FUE's enrollment figures and carrying capacity of older institutions be assured that exceptional performance does not go unnoticed by my administration. On security, I reiterate that the safety of lives and property remains a top priority of this administration. We are strengthening security architecture nationwide and enhancing collaboration with international partners, including the United States, in combating banditry, kidnapping, and terrorism. These efforts are yielding positive results. I encourage all Nigerians to contribute to supporting government initiatives in this regard. I wish to congratulate the recipients of the honorary doctoral degrees at these convocation ceremonies, whose lives exemplify outstanding leadership, integrity, service, and commitment to national development. His Eminence, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar the third CFR MNI, Sultan of Sokoto, President General of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, is a reverent symbol of peace and national unity. His Eminence has consistently promoted religious harmony, dialogue, and moderation, offering moral leadership in times of national challenge. The Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Obade Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, is a visionary traditional ruler who has revitalized cultural heritage while championing youth empowerment, economic diplomacy, and African unity on the global stage. Justice Walter Samuel Nkanu Onogen, GCON, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, is a distinguished jurist whose career reflects unwavering commitment to justice, constitutionalism, and the strengthening of the rule of law in Nigeria. His Lordship, the Most Reverend Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka, Bishop of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, is a respected cleric and public intellectual. He has been a courageous voice for justice, good governance, peace, and national reconciliation across religious and social divides. His Royal Majesty, Oba Oluwole Ademolaju Adugbole, Oloye of Oye Ekiti and paramount ruler of Oye Ekiti Kingdom, Ekiti State, is an exemplary traditional leader whose reign has fostered peace, community development, and strong town and gown relations in support of educational and local progress. There is no doubt that the recipients of honorary doctoral degree at this convocation represent excellence in traditional leadership, religious harmony, moral advocacy, constitutional governance, and community development. To the graduates, this ceremony marks the beginning of a new chapter. Greater discipline, resilience, and commitment will be required as you navigate in an increasingly competitive world. Be assured that my administration will continue to invest in job creation and entrepreneurship development. I congratulate the awardees being honored today for their outstanding contributions to national development, and I felicitate with the entire FOIA community on this milestone achievement. Thank you for your attention. Long live Federal University Oye Ekiti. Long live Ekiti State. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you and good afternoon.
Announcements, please. We have made adequate arrangements for entertainment of our guests. And we have 3 spots. We have 2 spots at the new Bola Ahmed Tinubu Senate building. The council chamber there, we are going to entertain the visitor, the chancellor, the pro-chancellor, members of council, representative of Minister of Education, the awardees, the royal fathers, and the serving chief of security agencies in Ekiti State. We are going to entertain them there at the council chamber. At the Senate chamber, all the Senate members, deans, and directors will be entertained there. Other guests and staff will be entertained at the canopy outside the whole admin building.
visiting vice chancellors.
Okay, council chamber. At the council chamber, visiting vice chancellor and the visiting registrar will join the visitors group at the council chamber. The chancellor, sir, I have the pleasure and honor to invite you to declare the convocation ceremony closed.
On behalf of Senate and Council of this university, and being the last convocation that I will be to preside over the Vice Chancellor, and on behalf of the Chancellor of the university, I hereby declare this convocation ceremony closed in the name of God the Father, name of God the Son, and name of God the Holy Spirit.
Please, after the national anthem, you allow the visitors' procession to leave the hall in the reverse order. Now, foyer anthem. Can you please rise up for foyer anthem? The first stanza of foyer anthem. First stanza of national anthem, please.
Ṣèbolúwa ló ṣe. Ṣèbolúwa ló ṣe. Àpèrè mi fẹ́ lò. Àdúpẹ́ áńgẹ́lì tó kọ̀ mí. Ayé yíyá wa yìí. Ṣèbolúwa ló ṣe. Àpèrè mi fẹ́ lò. Òjúbà áńgẹ́lì tó kọ̀ mí. Ayé yíyá wa yìí. Ṣèbolúwa ló ṣe yìí. Àpèrè mi fẹ́ lò. Òjúbà áńgẹ́lì tó kọ̀ mí. Ayé yíyá wa yìí. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. I I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire.